we have a pad to work on, and then we have a rocket launch to work on as well. Let's see. Mission mode part 182. Okay, we're back into KSP, dudes. All right, Thomas, let me see a picture. Pixel, hey, how long do you think you'll be on for the rest of the night? Oh, it's quarter till 9 right now, so 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. So we still got about 5 hours, 5 to 6 hours. Yeah, give or take. Rocket Lab is returning to flight tonight, guys. There's an Electron launch. It's their return to flight. The last one didn't go so well. F1 question, was there a reason why they made Abu Dhabi the season ender in 2014? Because they paid for it. Tile arrangement that I sent in your DMs is official. Then show me an official link to it. So, okay, Thomas, I'm looking at this, and yeah, there's clearly tiles in certain spots that indicate that Starship will be re-entering at various angles of attack during re-entry. So, if that's the case, right here, yeah, see, okay, so this picture shows that it's they have to put something on the nose cone because they think that Starship is going to be receiving re-entry heat at various angles of attack during entry, during EDL, right? So, that picture basically shows me that they will put something on the nose cone, and that this nose cone isn't finished, or it's a pre-production prototype. I mean, Forge, your picture is probably... Your picture is probably indicative of that. Yeah, Entropy, they could be gluing those tiles there for all we know. Maybe they're not bolting them, maybe they're gluing them. Who knows? I have no idea, dudes. Couldn't tell you. For the pad strongback, you can add counterweight for about half the mass of the SSTO. Just put the counterweight on an angled arm that places the mass directly under the pivot when the SSTO is halfway up. That way the counterweight has to be lifted for the last half of the SSTOs. It would smooth out the process a bit. Ideally, I would incorporate that into the launch table, Jaka, but yeah. Yes, get it, tiles. There you go. Also, there might be flow of heat around the flaps beyond the facing surface. Jim, that's my guess, but once again... Yeah, they could, guys, they could just be not done drilling all the damn holes, you know? So, anyway, let's get into KSP and we'll go from there. Yeah, it's not just you, Synerd. I have to figure out why the SIP emote is, Twitching. I just tried to talk and drink water at the same time. That wouldn't be the first time I've had a recurrence of my drinking problem. Is it all bolted or welded? The studs are welded in, Goalie, and the tiles are bolted to the studs. Like how if you're putting like a telephone pole in and it's anchored to a piece of concrete, right? There's metal studs that come out and you put it on there and then they bolt it down. Same thing. Brain not do good. What more like? God, I would hate that job. I'd do it. That would be sick. You know what? You know what must suck about working at SpaceX? You know what? Like, it's an awesome job. You're working on awesome things, and you literally can't tell anybody about it. That must suck. That must really suck, because some of this stuff must be so damn cool. You know, some of this stuff must be amazing. Alright, anyway. Guys, I'm just gonna go take a pee-pee real quick. We're playing Kerbal till the end of the night. Oh boy. Thank you, uBlock, for not blocking that ad. Lovely. Alright. Yeah, Snake, I know what you mean. Hey, just wanted to share that I'm back from Arizona. While I was out there, I went to the... Ah, you went to the Titan II missile silo. Did you know they have a missile still in the silo? Did I know that they have a missile still in the silo? Yes, I did. That Titan II missile is actually one of the first pre-production Titan II missiles that was used during the Titan II missile program. It was originally designed as a test article and used in test evaluation. It was basically like serial number 1 or 2, and they actually procured it for the museum after the Titan II missile program was deactivated in the early 80s. Yeah. Awesome, isn't it? Soccer style kicker, the only professional athlete ever to come out of Collier County, and one hell of a model American. Yeah, it's a real Titan II in a real Titan II missile silo. That's an awesome museum. Really cool. Did you see the contamination area in the long cableway? Everybody thinks that the contamination area is to scrub yourself from nuclear fallout. No, it's to protect you from the hypergalls, because the hypergalls in the rocket will kill you. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Did you get to turn the key? Tell me you got to turn the key. I think their undisputed masterpiece is Hip to Be Square. A song so catchy, most people probably don't think about the lyrics, but they should, because it's not just about the pleasures of conformity and the importance of fitting in, but it's a personal statement by the band itself. Hey, chat! Ha! That's a great movie, Ark. Can we get Popsky music tonight? No. Every time I put on Popsky, dude, everybody's like, no. Mr. Potato Head, back doors are not secrets. Is that a raincoat? Yes, it is! I love that movie, man. Hey, Paul! Ah! It's Hip to Be Square. What time tomorrow is the ISS stream? I'll be here around 9, I think. Yeah, of course, Warhawk. Actually, hold on. You were the launch commander? Hell yeah, dude. Titan II missile silos are cool, man. Dude, every once in a while I go in a rabbit hole and I'm like, dude, I want to buy one of these. I want to buy one, but it's so much work, dude. Shall we play a game? Greetings, Professor Vulcan. How about a nice game of chess? Alright, anyway. So, guys, I have the first prototype up and running here, and it is up on Kerbal X if you want to mess with this thing. There are some problems that chat is figuring out. I actually really like having chat doing the flight prototyping on the SSTO. I put the big one. This thing is on Kerbal X. You can download it and you can use it. There are some things that need to be fixed with it, but I think it's cool having chat do the flight testing instead of like me doing it in engineering mode. Chat has to do it. It's a good check and balance to make sure that I'm not boring the trash out of people if people want to test this thing. I love how the silo is essentially done for if a Titan was to launch. I mean, it's an expendable rocket. It's not like it's coming back and landing, you know? So, I have the prototype all finished and ready to go. It is up on Kerbal X if you guys want to mess with it. Don't get me wrong, it's not final, it's not configured. Like I don't have the control surfaces configured correctly. And there's a thrust transform problem with the motors that I know about that needs to be fixed, and we have to basically do that. That's what's going to fix it. So, actually, you know what? I'm not going to touch this. I'm not going to touch this until I go and make a new prototype. So, we need to work on making a launch pad. I was working on starting to make a launch pad and using a Pathfinder to make the launch pad. But, yes, exactly. I need to go and check the poll here. Let's see what we got. What is the results? I have not looked at this since I started this yesterday. Holy crap. Okay. So, because of the new version of Kerbal, the new version of Kerbal kind of took a week away from development. You guys have chosen to extend the contract. Okay, so we have until the 31st, which is not a lot of time. Yeah, hey, a lot of you guys voted, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Like I said, this is your way of telling me what you want to see without telling me what you want to see. So, like, if you're a lurker, and hi, by the way, I hope you enjoy the stream, lurkers. Thank you. Thank you for watching. It really means that you guys are the backbone of the stream, for sure. This is your way of telling me without, while still lurking. It's very convenient. Mutter's like, don't do that. And see, now the lurkers will be like, why are you talking about us? Stop talking about us. We want some Soyuz seats in compensation. I don't have a Soyuz. I don't have a Soyuz, man. So, you guys have chosen to extend it. It's pretty straightforward. So, we have a contract extension till the 31st. Basically, at the end of the night. Till the end of the night. On the 31st to get this up and running. So, I have a prototype. Prototype is serial number 3. If you guys want to go mess with this, you can. You'd be doing me a solid by telling me how the thing flies. Hopefully I get a lot of EJ it flies like trash, because that's what I'm aiming for. That's what I've gotten thus far. That's right, Pixel. Yeah, man. Welcome back from your break. I didn't finish reading what you said, dude, because chat's moving really, really quickly. But yeah, she's built, dude. Yeah, Psycho, for sure. I'm buying a Dragon launch for us in compensation. Oh, oops, cat's out of the bag. Shh. They're not. How do you know about that? Build one and give us the seats. AJ, it flies really well. Okay. Yeah, Gold. This looks good. So what I started to do was outline what we needed to start building the pad out on this sucker. And here is what I've gotten thus far. So we have our Pathfinder here, which is basically a hollowed out version of the SSTO without all the expensive parts. And I have a bunch of mass simulators in its place to simulate the mass of this thing with a payload. Oh, look. 30 seconds in, and you broke it. That's good. So what's happening with the crew variant of the K-33? Nothing. Right now. Alright. Mass simulators ever not be the orange tanks? So, once again, this is basically the shell of the SSTO. This is SN4, which is my Pathfinder. It's a shell. It's a shell version of the SSTO that has the mass of the SSTO with 36 tons of payload in it, which is the maximum rating that I could ever think of moving with the SSTO, and all the engines and everything. The thing is, I just have spacers here in place for where the engines should be, because I don't feel like testing with a $500,000 prototype. We don't have much cash, so I gotta be careful. Oh, I don't like using Control-Z. Control-Z breaks things. So, what I'm trying to do now is come up with how the pad is going to be put together, and this is what I got thus far. It's also important to note that I needed to put the pad up on stilts because this pad needs to be higher up off the ground so I can turn this thing and have the wings not hit the pad. So this is basically gonna be, the first thing that I'm gonna try to do is literally just make a bigger version of the launch pad that I already have. I'm just gonna make a bigger version of it. And this version is gonna be up on stilts because this pad needs to be higher up off the ground. Yeah, the prototype ended up being like 100 and something crumpet. So yeah, we're gonna go in here, and there are some things that we need to figure out. I need to figure out how to build a launch plate and carrier system that's gonna be able to hold up 1,500 tons. Tons. We have to make sure that this thing can hold, the rocket launch pad can hold it. Because when we put this thing in the vertical position, it's only gonna be about 270 tons with the payload. When I fuel this thing up, it's going to be 1,300 tons. 1,321. So I'm figuring if we rate it for 1,500, we're good to go. That way I can be 100% sure this thing never has a problem. We really, 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 really got to be careful here. So I have my Pathfinder, and I have my kind of idea for how I want the pad to move, like that. And then we have whatever kind of launch plate I build, we have to be able to load rate the pad for 1,500 tons, which is how much it's going to be holding. It's how much it's going to hold the freaking pad up with. It's going to be a lot. Oh boy. Anyway, guys, I'm just going to take a quick pee break, and then I'll be back here in a second. You guys can look at number 4, which is our Pathfinder. Once again, I took all the expensive bits off. Ew, Panta. Gross. So, I'll be right back. Just gotta take a pee-pee. And then we'll go from there. Okay, be back in a second. I'm here. I'm back. Sorry, I was on a mission from God. Streamer's gone. All right, let's go. Let's do this, dudes. All right, so I have I-beams here that are kind of laying out the footprint of the pad in this area, and yeah, this is kind of my setup for how I needed the plate to be. What I'm thinking, guys, is with this SSTO, it might be a better idea to, words. How should I say this? It might be a better idea to not have an integrated facility, like have the crane here. Because storing the SSTOs on the pad does cause crazy amounts of hinge drift from what I've been seeing. So I think just due to the high part count here, I might need to shift a little bit about the logistics of how this is going to happen with the SSTO. I think I'm just going to build a dedicated pad, and then we'll have an orbiter processing facility somewhere else where I can store these things. We've also decided that whatever I do, I'm going to make the pad so it can be mobilized. So I can move it off of the hexagonal plates if I need to. So, for instance, if I have the pad out here and it's on a hex plate, that means I need to drive the SSTO up onto these plates here, right? And then go out there and drag it down the crawlerway to the pad, which is not really what I want to do. Especially if I have this somewhere else. I will have to drag it across KSC to get it to the pad, and that'll freaking take forever. I don't want to do that. So I think what I'm going to do is have a dedicated... I'm probably going to make the pad... put the pad down literally right here. I'm probably going to do that. I'm going to put it down right here. And then maybe have a... maybe have some kind of ramp or something that leads to the crawler way or whatever. But it won't be for moving rockets around. It's just like a catwalk, right? And then that's where I think I'm going to start. Don't get me wrong. For our testing tonight, we'll probably end up doing... We'll just put it right here. I've already moved SN10. I moved SN10 over there. And I recovered the pad so I could get a little bit of extra cost here to work on the new pad in case something went wrong. But I think what I'll end up doing is we could put the pad right here, and then I could basically put the storage facility for these things out over there. And then when the things come into land, I can tow them back over to their hangar, where we can take payload out or put payload in, and we can do that without having a 600-700 part pad in render range. This separating integration facilities from launch facilities is something that I've done in the past. It does work. It's a good idea. What is render range in KSP? 2.5 kilometers for render range and 180 meters for physics range. So, why not on the runway? Why not on the other side of the pad? It will be closer to the runway. Well, I mean, Apollo, if I'm going to have a payload processing facility and an orbiter processing facility, I do not want it in anywhere near this because it's going to be big. It's going to be a big hangar for a big SSTO. For a big SSTO. So... Night, drummer. Oh yeah, Starbase is coming out tomorrow. SSTO, Foo Face. That's, yeah, SSTO. That's what I said. Is that outside render range of the runway? Yeah, if I put the integration hangar over here and just have the launch pad right here, that means when I go to land this big thing, the only thing that's going to be in render range is that. And then when we roll out, when we roll out at the end of a mission, I can tow the vehicle back over here. We can pull the payload out, and then I could roll new payload over there, and we could put new payload in, and then I pick it up and bring it back over here. If the pad is right here, it'll be easier to put it together. Because if I put it in here, in the infield, I guess, I'd have to go around here and then attach it right here. I'd rather put the complex out here somewhere. And that's why I want to make the pad be able to be moved. Remember how we used to make the aircraft carriers move around? If you're an older viewer, I had an aircraft carrier that I made. It was way too many parts to be even useful, but it was really cool. I needed to get that to the ocean somehow, and this was before they put the new version of Kerbal in that has the cove somewhere up there or whatever. So I needed to put a big thing on rollers. I can move something as big as a launch complex around on wheels. It's not an issue. Yeah, so pretty much, T-Man. I'm separating it. So on the small SSTO, it was one facility. I have the launch pad and the hangar basically covering the launch pad like what the real one does. The problem with that is that, well, in real life, they don't need to worry about frickin' part counts. Right? Like, we have the launch pad, and then I have the crane that moves over the launch pad to put payloads in. That's just difficult to do. So that's why I ended up opting for this type of pad, you know, that has the crane that slides around over it. So I'm going to separate those out in the name of part count because the SSTO came in at a little bit of a higher part count than what I anticipated. Noises, Brimo's moving stuff around. It's not a problem. Does the Launchpad's mass simulator include payload mass? It does, Glitchhound. Yep. So that's the plan here. So let's get into construction. Ghosts, ghosts, ghosts. Period, question mark. Yeah, Bram, yeah, you're not wrong. Alright, so I'm thinking, see last. Should we not move the pad out of render range while on the runway? I could, King. I could have the pad completely separate from, like, I could have the pad and the complex and the orbiter maneuvering or the orbiter processing facility out of render range of the runway and everything. And then we could just I could use that launch pad over there for launching the small SSTO and just leave its processing facilities there. We could do that if you wanted to. Like, that's doable. That would actually make it so, yeah, I could run the small one and the big one and wouldn't have to recover one's pad every time I had to. But yeah, either way, King, at the end of the day, the way that I'm going to go about solving this problem is that no matter how I do it, no matter how we solve this problem, I'm going to make this pad able to be movable on wheels. Yeah. And no matter how we figure it out, if I want to put the pad like right there, if I want to put it on the other side of the runway, if I want to put it 2 miles that way or whatever, or kilometers, however we solve that problem, if I make the pad mobile, we'll be able to come up with the best application. So this pad will be able to move. The whole launch complex will be able to move. Not like a mobile launcher or anything. It really, moving it is really a one-time thing, you know, but I could do it. Yeah, Chris, kind of. I mean, the tow rig for this thing is going to be absurd. The only problem I see with that is transport time for fuel. 3 fuel trucks for the small SSTO that each have to travel 2 to 3 kilometers is rough. Yeah, Cletus, that's why I'm thinking just put it right here. And if I do end up putting the pad right there, which is what I want, I'm literally just going to make an adapter plate for the small SSTO to be able to launch from this pad. And then I'm going to call it a day. ISR used for fuel on the pad would solve that problem, Max, and I kind of do want that as well, and I do have ISRUs unlocked. Heck, we don't even need a drill site. I could just have a vehicle come in with a bunch of ore tanks and just attach the ore tank truck to that, and we could deliver ore from the runway and just hook it up, and that'll refine it into fuel. But then again, that really defeats the point as well. Buy summer car anytime soon? I don't know. Tism, maybe. I don't ever rule out a game. I've just been kind of played summer car for a long time. Maybe I'll go back to it. I don't know. There's a lot of other games that really want to play. But I would never rule it out. It's just unlikely right now, Tism. But that doesn't mean I won't play it in the future, dude. Okay. I may want to end up moving these landing gear out just a little bit, because sometimes the landing gear can work as tracks. That could be useful. Alright, I'll consider that. I'm just wondering, it's been a while. Yeah, no problem, dude. Let me just, I gotta measure something here, guys. Let me just, frick. You know what I just realized? If we're gonna back the SSTO up on the old, on the smaller vehicles pad, I have a huge open pit right here for the hydraulics to work. Oh crap. Nice crash. Now this has the center supporting gear that we really need that. Crap. How are we gonna fix that problem? Yeah, it's not my summer car. It's my summer SSTO. SSTO na. Helvete, Jebka na. Yeah, well, Jaka, we're still gonna have to push this way, dude. We have to push from this way. We have to push that way, and we could pull from this way as well, but... frig. I know, Senshai. Perkele. Satans jävla fitta! Jävla fitta, Senshai. Are there any games that you would consider playing on stream that you haven't played yet? Rem, I'm not gonna say no because I don't know what games I might want to play, dude. My Summer Car was a game that somebody recommended me offhand in sometime in 2015. They're like, dude, you gotta play this game. It's all about cars. You love cars. And I played it for 5 years. Yeah, so I don't know what that is and why it's there. What is that thing? Well, that's bizarre. Why is that? Hey, Glide Path, 19-month resub. Make a split pit? Yeah, we could do that. But that would mean the wheels on this thing would be rolling on the TE. Wait, why is that a problem? That's not a problem at all. Jacka, never mind. I'm an idiot. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Have you played RimWorld? Yeah, RimWorld is annoying. Alright, so I have my dimensions here. I'm going to get rid of the Pathfinder for now. What the heck is that about? Is that... We didn't break something, did we? Nope. Okay, cool. What happened to the ship? I thought it was finished. That's a Pathfinder, Crafter. I'm using the Pathfinder to... We're going to use that thing that's all cut up. The cut up version of the SSTO. I'm going to use it for testing out the launch pad when I build it. The reason why I'm going to do that is because I don't want to test with a $500,000 prototype and have the pad explode in my face. Yeah. Okay, so Jaka, what I'm thinking is maybe I'll just have the SSTO wheel on the transporter erector. Just the TE should make a flat surface like what we had before with the previous pad. It should be fine. Yeah, I don't want to... Yeah, Jaka, high accuracy when backing it into place. It's shown that we've had alignment problems when we go to attach things with this, so I'm not... Yeah, I don't want to do that. Okay. So, I'm going to leave one of these things here to show how far this thing needs to be off the ground. Just leave that there, and then I'm going to get rid of this, and then... You don't need that. I'm not sure why that's connected like that, but... I think my idea would be more consistent, yeah. Alright, do we have an open attachment node? So this piece right here, this is a monopropellant fuselage, guys. That's the base plate for the pad. The reason why I chose the monopropellant thing is before I used the structural fuselage, and then when the pad turned, right, this fairing plate butted up against a structural fuselage. I do not know what this thing's gonna do with 1,500 tons sitting on top of it. So I am gonna spare no expense for this, and I'm gonna make that as hardcore as I possibly can. I'm using a 50 meters a second impact part. That is, well, the monoprop tank is one of the strongest parts in the game. That you can use. That's that kind of surface area. The strongest parts in the game are these structural pieces. But I don't want to use a bunch of these and have this thing sitting on a bunch of those. I want my SSTO to be sitting on this fairing shape, and the fairing will be kind of right here like this, right? And I want that fairing pushing right onto the root part, which is pushing onto the ground, which should make this hold up pretty well. So, right here with these structural fuselages and where the docking port is and where the fairing is how I want this thing to move and how I want it to plug into the ground right there. So we got to build the base plate of the pad around that. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here. I'm just remembering how I tried to hook this thing all together. Okay. Alright, so node attached like this. I'm thinking about the small SSDO's pad. This is going to be, for the most part, just a copy of it. Alright, so The other thing I figured out is that the liquid fuel oxidizer Mark III fuselages have the same impact tolerance as the liquid fuel ones, but they're actually about half the price. Yeah, I don't know why, but that's what's going on. So I'm going to lock these out, and I'm going to radial or mirror sim attach these things. And I'm just going to move those. I'm going to move those out there for a second and just leave them there for a moment. This is going to be the start of the pit where the hydraulics are. So now what I'm going to do is attach another Mark III to this. And I'm going to move all these into position here. I've been wrenching on old school 70s Mopar Chrysler Big Block 440. I'm a Ford guy like you, but it's been pretty awesome. RB engines, the 440 is a Miller time. Dude, Mopar made amazing engines. Amazing engines. The engineering behind their power plants are really, really good. The 440 is a great motor. You can squeeze so much freaking power out of those. Slaps roof of 440. You could squeeze so much power out of that. Yeah, great design. Seriously. Better, I'd say Chrysler's Big Block was better than Ford's Big Block. There, I said it. 440s are indestructible, dude. 750 double pumper on top. Dude, I need to get one from... I want to get a 440 for the Coronet, dude. But I'll work on that. The Coronet comes after. After I finish working on the truck. I really need to finish that thing, dude. I said I would have it done by the summer, and that's... Yeah, no, that's dumb. Maybe we should start giving deadlines for the truck. Alright, so those need to be right there, and then this needs to be like that right there. And now we got to get this piece right here. Okay, and now this entire sucker needs to go up, and that's that right there makes that parallel with that, and that's the level, that's the base deck of the pad right here. Now, why did I put it up on stilts? It's so I can rotate the vehicle vertical and not have to worry about the vehicle touching the pad, except for the parts where I want it to touch the pad. So we have to raise the deck surface just a little bit. The equivalent here, like in real life, would be digging a deeper flame trench, but I can't do that. I cannot dig a deeper flame trench. That's not how this works. I wish. It'd be a lot easier. So I'm going to get rid of that for a second, and we're going to take the girder. So what am I doing here, fellas? I'm building a launch complex. This is going to be a launch pad. If you know me, then you know that this is my MO. I love doing stuff like this. But if you don't know me, this is how I like playing the game. I don't just build the rocket. I build the launch vehicle. Banana. Banana. I build the launch vehicle as well. I enjoy doing stuff like this. It's much better and much easier for me to make content this way because I'm developing more stuff, and believe it or not, what I've noticed is that when we launch stuff into space with in mission mode, you know, like i.e. if you build the pad and you put the payload on the vehicle and then you launch it, the missions become so much more fun because they're harder. They're much more difficult. Terrain manipulation would be amazing in KSP. Boy, the nose size match tip has helped me so many times. I can't believe I never considered it. Oh, yeah. Jeb can attest to that. It's much more difficult. Jay, you gonna do me like that? Really? Really, man? Why do you hate me? Why you gotta... Don't tell them that! Don't tell them that! Damn it, man! Don't say that! Shh! Oof! Ow! My pride! Why? I'll show myself out. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. It's not, but I hate you. What? Alright, let me go back and get the Pathfinder. Ice feeling good. Do what more? There it is. Oh, that glitch. Yes. Senchai, you're making the Lockheed MKB and KSP, but the Verners are not effective enough. What did the real-life one use to stay hovering? Pff, hell if I know, dude. So, Miller, you had to pull a header to fix a massive exhaust leak and discover that the header bolts go into the water jacket. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Jay. I know you just busted my balls. It's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. Seriously, though. Screw you. Alright, we can get rid of that. Give me this. Yeah, the engines are going to be right there. So considering that the engines are going to be right there, this should probably, the flame trench pitch should be out here somewhere. Yeah, that's probably the better way to do that. My buddy who was under it got a little rained on. We only run water in it, so it wasn't too bad. Yeah, I got you. Funny though, still funny. So, if you're wondering why I have like a bunch of posts sticking on the pad and stuff, those are just indicators. I have those posts indicating, they were indicating where the wing was. I don't really need them anymore, but yeah. Now, it's important to note that I'm putting this thing together in a very, very specific way. I'm attaching things and building things in a very, very specific way to basically ensure structural rigidity in the pad. Now, here's a little bit of a word on how EJ builds things. I tried to use auto struts. You know, people ask like, oh, do you use auto struts more or regular struts? Well, the answer is that I use every strut that I can to make the stupid thing stronger. use whatever is at your disposal. Seriously. Use whatever you can whatever you can find. So, with that being said, there are certain ways to set up hierarchies with pads that would make for a much stronger design. And the way I attach these tanks is that way. It's the way to make these things super strong so they don't break. Because pads need to be, you know, impervious to basically button up against the ground, and they also need to be impervious to having a rocket launch on them. There's also that. Notice I didn't close this other tank out. That'll give me improper fuel readings when we're on the pad. Gotta make sure that these tanks are closed. I'll show you how this all comes together in a moment. So I'm going to be doing something cool this weekend. I'm going to be doing a run of photos around KSC using a Polaroid. Cool, man. Oh, you actually posted a video. What car is the 440 in, Miller? Panther, what's that? Vector Acquisition Corporation announces effectiveness of its registration statement. An annual meeting set for August 20th, 2021 to approve proposed merger with Rocket Lab. RKLB is on the way. Interesting. So I plan on going to COTS2. OFD2? If I went to the Saturn V Center, would they tell me to go back to the visitor complex, or would they let me stay there and watch the launch? No, you don't just drive to the Saturn V Center. You have to take a tour bus from KSCVC to get there, Nuclear. And seats, you have to buy seats at the Saturn V viewing it's a Saturn V viewing complex. You can't drive there. If you could drive your car to the Saturn V viewing complex, that means you somehow got past security. Yeah, KSC is cordoned off, dude, by security. You can't go... Nobody can just drive up to the VAB. Yeah, you gotta buy tickets. If that doesn't work, go to Playa Linda Beach. It's just north of the Saturn V Center, and you'll have a good view, trust me. But get there early. There's gonna be a lot of people there. So it's like... What's up, man? How are you? You know, I get to drive to the VAB, right? Yeah, well, you're you. He's him. Hey, 12, what's going on? I'm good. How are you? Don't remind me of the stupid wake-up hour I have on Friday. Sorry. Alright. So, pretty good, man. Just hanging out at work. No email back, 12. We'll see. We'll see where it takes us, man. But yeah, they, actually, you know what? I should probably check. Nothing. Nothing. It's strange. Doing good, charging all your batteries and all your cameras. Getting ready for the presser tomorrow morning. Gonna head to Playa Linda in the day. Meet with Matt. Boat tour Slick 41 in the morning. Then launch. Cool. Not gonna lie, I prefer the view of Slick 41 from Playa Linda over the view from the Banana River, from the Banana Creek Saturn V Center. It's a lot cheaper too. Yeah, you get to see the launch pad, man. Playa Linda is a great view. So what do you think that billionaires went to space already? Yes, Pixel. I do. Think. What do I think about it? Is that the question? Sorry. It's still 40 PGO. Or, yeah, 40 PGO from what I understand, Hellfish. Space-ish. Yeah, I think, you know what, Pixel? In terms of, like, what Jeff and Richard and all that lot, you know, all those guys with space flight and stuff, like, I'll be honest with you, man. Well, they aren't without criticism. I'm happy people are spending money on space flight, even if it is suborbital tourism. Unpopular opinion, I guess. Did they go to space for a marketing stunt to promote space tourism, or is it just me? I think that Richard Branson did, Pixel. I think Jeff Bezos, believe it or not, people are gonna... I think Jeff Bezos' intentions are a lot more noble in that regard. Yeah, Tech, I'm with you on that one, pal. Dude, if anybody sit here and thinks that Jeff Bezos is just rich people into space, blah, 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 blah. Well, first of all, in the post-press conference for the NS-16 mission, New Shepard 16, in the post-press conference, he literally said the opposite of that. That's not what Blue Origin's stated goal is. Blue Origin's stated goal is to reduce the dollar cost access to live in space. Live in space. So, like, Blue Origin's stated goal is to learn how to is to have people living in space and build cities in space. Conversely to like SpaceX, which is, you know, develop a transport system to get people to live on Mars. It's two sides of the same coin. SpaceX is a little bit ahead in that race, though. But yeah, I think that you know what, Pixel, you gotta watch the NS-16 post-flight press conference. Just watch that. Jeff Bezos covers everything he covers basically what his intentions are with Blue. And dude, I'm not gonna say that I'm not hype about some of the stuff that he mentioned. Blue Origin is crazy, dude. They're doing all kinds of stuff, more than what you think, more than just New Shepard. I don't know, Squishton. Yeah, Pulse. I'm just happy to see more people care. Posted a video of the truck from practice last week. Yeah, I don't hate that noise. Jeez, what in the frick is that truck? That's awesome, dude. That's so legit, man. It's Milla time. Sing the song of my people. Terraforming Mars can solve all the disparities of Mars, but it can't solve the comparatively low force of gravity. Going into space going to Mars, going to space, living in space, Cameron, is not going to solve all of our problems. It's not like we're going to live in a utopia once we get into space. Anybody that thinks that is crazy. But it sure could solve a lot of our problems now. But our problems of today are certainly not the problems of tomorrow. Just like our problems of today are definitely not problems from the past. 150 years ago, you didn't know if you were going to eat tomorrow. You know what I mean? We're always going to have problems, and we're always going to have things that we need to fix. That's how society progresses, man. You know who solves this problem? Engineers! Belta! Yeah. We live in a society, Dish. Remember that.
Discovery, go at throttle.
I disagree. No problem is ever fixed. How is that different than what I said, Blayman? How's that? What? That's... Who's this guy? Hey, Ewok. How are you? Yeah, you know what? I'm thinking move these in. Move these in here. I'm great. Got the new computer set up and you're ready for racing. Cool. That's what I wanted to hear. They don't know. Fixing a problem creates new problems. We still have homeless. They don't know if they will eat tomorrow.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Blayman, okay, I have a question. Were you listening to what I said, or you just heard something and you want to weigh in on it? Like, be honest, man. I literally just said that. I literally just said that. I'm confused. To be honest, they don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. I don't know, man. I just said we're always gonna have problems, you know, problems that weren't, you know, a big problem. I mean, hey, yeah, I mean, we're always gonna have problems, but going into space isn't gonna solve all of our problems. We still have problems, like, you know. See, what Blayman probably heard is probably, you know. Okay, I get it. I said 150 years ago, the average person had to worry about putting food on the table. Okay. Yeah, you heard half of what I was saying. That's fine. I get it. No, I'm not. You're reading too much into it. I'm not saying that hunger isn't a problem now. I'm saying it's not as big of a problem as it is now. Still a problem that needs to be solved. Absolutely. So don't get confused. Don't get confused. That's not what I'm trying to say. Oh, UJ doesn't care about feeding people. No. I'm talking about, you know, we want to go out into the belt and we want to move manufacturing off of this planet to save this planet, right? Well, that's just going to create new problems down the road anyway. Always going to have problems. Some of them are persistent, some aren't, but they're still problems to solve. You know, anybody can sit there and point out a problem and say, yep, this is a problem. I can tell because I know problems pointing out skills. Yeah, anyone can say that. Sure, it takes balls to go and solve that damn problem, you know? That's what I'm talking about, Blayman. I'm not saying that you're incorrect, but once again, I that's not really the gist of what I was getting at, but I'm not trying to say that world hunger isn't a problem now. You know, it definitely is, absolutely. But, yeah, you know, some people try to act like going into space is going to fix all of our problems. It's definitely not. Just like in the adaptation of the automobile didn't solve world hunger. You know what I mean? The airliner didn't solve world hunger, but it definitely maybe helped. Who knows? Some problems are not, you know, they're always going to be there, and we're always going to have problems that we need to fix, dude. Absolutely. Cancel him. Yeah. 500 years ago, we didn't have tables. Did you know that Foo Face for the last 500 years, every year, every 500 years, 1 year passes 500 times? I broke myself a long time ago thinking about perspectives. Anything fixed creates more problems. There are no solutions to fix anything in anything. The grass is always greener on the other side. Yeah, humans. Sucks, huh? Sucks, huh? Feels human, man. True that, dude. But hey, I guess the best thing we can do is try to leave this place better than how we found it. You know what I'm saying? Point is, guys, the problems are persistent, dude. And we're always gonna have them. I know, it's kind of dark, right? That kind of sucks. But, you know, if we're not trying to at least strive to get better, then what the hell are we doing? It's a waste of time. And no doubt that some people will think that, sure. But, yeah, that whole kind of cynicism wasn't really my style, you know what I mean? Turns out surviving is difficult, right? Okay, so Squishin, what are you saying? Yes, it should be Blue Origin's problem. Vulcan should use Aerojet Rocketdyne engines until maybe later, till they can swap to BE-4s, like how they swapped SRBs and Atlas V from one company to another. I just don't feel like Vulcan should be held back by Blue Origin. It's not. Vulcan isn't being held back by Blue Origin. That's sensationalist nonsense from the press. Blue Origin... ULA is scaling their timelines to Blue Origin's production timelines, and Blue Origin's production timelines are scaling to NSSL. The problems that Vulcan has, or the perceived problems that Vulcan has, which don't exist, are the payloads. The payloads that Vulcan is supposed to fly for its NSSL certification aren't ready. Not because of the engines not being ready, because the payloads aren't ready. Tori Bruno has talked about this on Twitter multiple times. There's no engine problem with BE-4 right now. No, they're scaling to the NSSL contract. And Vulcan is scaling around the engines, which is a quintessential piece and a long lead item in the production pipeline for building a carrier rocket. There's literally nothing wrong, Squishin. And swapping out engines is literally one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Squish, you do not swap first stage engines out this far into development, especially first stage engines that use different propellants. Aerojet Rocketdyne, the AR-1, that's a Carolox motor that's based off of the RD-180. The BE-4 is a Methylox oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle. Now, don't get me wrong, the AR-1 is also an oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle, but one's using kerosene, the other's using methane. That's a really bad idea to swap it out just because it's not ready. That's going to end up taking more time. Yeah, switching Europa Clipper to Falcon Heavy is going to end up costing us more money, despite it not being launched on SLS. Yeah, true story. No, it's Carolox, Squish. I mean, Ian, what's annoying to me, and look, once again, people got to understand where my head's at when I'm doing my analyzation here. And no, I'm not just moving this back and forth. I'm planning out where the other stuff should go in my head. Ian, Raptor literally voids itself during SN8, and people just say, SpaceX, yeah, they'll figure it out. Blue Origin has a whisper of a turbine problem, and everybody says the engines are junk. It's really annoying. It's really annoying and, frankly, bad analyzation, and it's done in bad faith, which pisses me off even more. Understand that when people start spreading that nonsense about how the BE-4 is a bad engine because they heard a guy who said that it might have turbine problems somewhere at some point in time, is not helping space, it's hindering it. It's making it worse. And you know what, man? That's annoying. That's really frigging annoying. I really can't stand it. I'm really starting to get sick of it. You ever play Tiny Space Program? Negative. Yeah, you guys, yeah, no, it's really annoying. I'm really, like that, dude, that Verge article pissed me off today, dude. I'm like, really? 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 You literally have no idea what you're talking about. You're just making stuff up. Just shoot from the hip, right? See what sticks. Yeah, that's great. That always ends fine. Yeah, Jim, it's really annoying. Yeah. I'm trying to curb that as best as I can, but it still doesn't change the fact that it's frickin' annoying as all hell. I think any comparison between Raptor and BE-4 is apples to oranges. Raptor is deep into production, but is a medium thrust engine. BE-4 is a high thrust engine still in development. Yeah, BE-4 isn't an awful engine because of that, but BE-4 has been really struggling. It's a real crapshoot. But Ian, I know. I know it's not ideal. It's their first time making a first stage engine, man. What do you want? What do you want? It to just everything to go fine? At least they have the capital enough to finance the damn project, right? Like, as if, you can just crap out an oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle engine and have a methylox stage combustion cycle engine and have it be good on the first try. Like, I don't think people are being fair. It's really kind of annoying. Vulcan didn't get delayed because of anything Vulcan did, though, Squishton. Vulcan got delayed because the payloads aren't ready, and that's right from Tori Bruno. Like, word from New Zealand is that Electron is officially happy to be there. Yeah, what's up with the slanted freight box? Yeah, Umbra, it's freaking... That's the kind of stuff that I'm trying to curb, dude. I'm getting sick of it. Well, I'm not getting sick of it. Getting sick of it. It's always going to happen, dude. It's always going to happen. It is what it is. Correct, Loopy. Yeah. Like, I don't... Like, you guys are falling for these articles that say there's problems. You're falling for it hook, line, and sinker. And I'm telling you that that's not what's going on. You have it right from ULA's CEO. Now, Tori Bruno is a lot of things, but I wouldn't put liar in my describing words for him. Far from it. Guy doesn't lie. He doesn't lie about anything. He does not strike me as the kind of guy that does that. No. Alright, anyway, so that's the push point right there. Hydraulic point there. Alright, I just gotta mark the push point. Okay, cool. We can get rid of the Pathfinder again here for a moment. Why does it do this? That's a nasty freaking glitch, dude. I don't know why that happens. It's very annoying, though. Yeah, it just likes to place your subassembly without saying, but it doesn't place it. It doesn't even count towards the part count. It's just like herder placement. Alright. You get an SSDO, and you get an SSDO, and you get an SSDO. Everybody gets an SSDO. I'm just sitting here going, alright. Alright, so we can get rid of that. And I can get rid of my indicators. This is where we're going to go. That's how this is going to end up being placed. We can get rid of that, and then we still have our master pivot point. Okay, cool. Alright, so that's where the hydraulics need to actuate, and that's where we need to push up on the with the transporter erector. So the TE, we can use a kickback. This should be the exact... No, that's a Pollux. We should be able to use a kickback. It should be the exact length that we need. Yeah, it's not exact. It's close enough, though. Alright, now I need to work on the engine mount section. So what I'm going to do... What I'm going to do is just move my temporary pivoting mechanism out of the way. And then the next thing that I need to do is... Good. Alright, that's the final pivoting point here. And then when we move the SSTO, that'll move down into that position. Okay, excellent. Now what I need to do is I should have an open attachment node somewhere here. Do we have an open attachment node on the bottom? We do not. Okay. So I was talking about how the hierarchy, placing this stuff in a certain way will create a stronger hierarchy. Check this out. Let me visualize auto struts for you guys, and look at that. See how the auto struts literally forming a trestle, man. See that? It's a trestle. It looks exactly like a train bridge. See? Perfect. Sick. Alright, now we gotta make the verticating mechanism. This part is gonna be under tremendous amounts of load. Loopy, what you think we should go with the robotics? What hinges do you think we should use? I mean, how much torque does that sucker have? I mean, actually, you know what? It's not even about torque. These hinges are going to be unpowered, so I suppose it really doesn't matter. It's all about the hydraulics, right? So... I would honestly just go for the Krakentech Stay Putnik bearings right out of the gate. Really? Or thermo bearings. They worked for Condor. Alright, let me make sure that this is still correct. Yeah, it's not. Part count is still an issue? No, not necessarily. I just want to make sure the hinges are unimpeded. So, like, if we have to do Krakentech, I can do it. That's fine. Alright. Condor is the biggest thing we've built to date. You shouldn't have needed to move the hinge at all. Well, Loopy, I wanted to put it in a spot where... Yeah, okay. Dude, the thermo bearings, dude. I can't use thermo bearings unless I make the launch table be a separate part and have it dock and undock to the pad. I mean, Loop, you think that's a good idea? I thought we figured out how to do Krakentech hinges with same vessel. I can do it, Loopy, but the problem, I can't do it with thermo bearings. Thermo bearings have the spectrometers all butted up against each other, and I need to set them to same vessel collision if I want them to work correctly. I suppose I could do a 3x symmetry thermo bearing, but even then, dude, the only way to get the RCS balls to work like a hinge, the only way to do that is by attaching them to a robotic so I can turn on same vessel collision with them. So, yeah, I don't know, man. We upgraded to thermal bearings from Stay Putnik hinges, right? On Condor's launch pad, that was the last version that we used, yeah. Dude, I might just stack hinges. I'm serious. Just stack a bunch of G11s. Just double them up. That should work. Yeah, we could do that if we wanted to. Same vessel collision out here to reinforce the hinge. It's possible. We could do that too. Alright. Well. The fairing and tube that you used on the crane might work. Yeah, Rusega, we could do that. Yeah, actuated by solar panels. Yeah, right? You remember that? I think he's kidding around, Luke, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, this thing has to be... It has to be ridiculously strong. Alright, let me mess with robotics. We'll see what we can cook up that way, dudes. I have an idea. So, go to interstage attachment nodes, and what type of nodes do we have there? Are they similar? Nope, too small. Alright, so let me go in here again, and I'm gonna get a 2.5 fairing. What about a 2.5? 2.5er. What do those look like? That's the right size. Okay. We're going to go over here like this, and I'm going to take this fairing, right? And I'm just going to put it down right here. Actually, we should probably place that also on a piece that's extremely strong. For good measure. So give me another one of these monoprop tanks, like that. Drain it of monopropellant, and just move it over here. Get this thing aligned with the axis that we want to move the hinges on. Okay, it's aligned. I don't want the engines messing with this, so I'm gonna end up putting that like that. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to do something a little different. Last time, I just radially attached all these hinges to the root part. Now what I'm going to do... Now what we're going to do is this. We're going to do same vessel collision here, same vessel collision there, SVI here, and then obviously SVI up there. And now these hinges are I'm going to attach them on the fairing attachment nodes. And I actually want to see if these hinges can take this. This is the strongest way that I can think about doing this. Because before, these hinges were just attached to the root part, just kind of like this. And then they were just gizmoed into position, just like that. If we node attach these things, they should be way stronger. Once again, we need to make them as strong as we possibly can. Like, these things have to be freaking beefy. Beefy.
Discovery, go at
Hey,
throttle
Hellbore,
up.
65-month resub. Thank you very much. I have a feeling... Okay. Interesting. Hey, Hellbore, 65-month resub. Would it be better to have the hinge made of unpowered rotors? Or would the drift strength be worse? I don't know, Tars. I don't have the answer to that question. I'll be honest with you. I don't have rotating docking ports, Jim. I rolled the save back, remember? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I did put the heavy rotors in. I did buy them. I'm just not exactly sure that these would be good for what we're trying to do. And the reason why I think that it's going to end well is because the rotor being like this might screw with it. Because the rotor, if I attach stuff here and it's attached there, it makes it susceptible to doing this. It'll bend downwards. Now, these hinges, having their attachment nodes kind of perpendicular to the axis of movement, right? You don't have that as much. Jim, if I did have rotating docking ports, I could use them. Yeah, but I don't know how strong they are, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna do this in the way that we did before, guys. We're gonna do this way. So but we're gonna work with attaching these to via nodes. Alright, so this needs to go right here. Alright. So the first thing that will work on here... Pretty good poll results. Yeah, Shady. You guys came out... We had over It was like over 300 people vote in the poll. That's a lot of turnout, dude. Yeah, that tells me that people are pretty vested in this. 235 to 35 or something. It was something ridiculous like that. Is there a way to save a fairing? As in, what's the requirement for KSP to remember the fairing? Fairings are hard-coded. You don't... unless... If they go into the deployed state, French, yeah.
Discovery.
It'll disappear. There's no way to keep it. I wish. Metal! 8-month resub. Alright. So, the first thing we'll do is attach this to that. Actually, I'll attach a fairing. Get rid of the interstage nodes here. No, I mean in the editor. Is there a way to save a fairing? As in, what's the requirement for KSP to remember the fairing? Does that make sense? Build the fairing and hit save. French, I'm going to go ahead and assume that that's not what you're asking, dude. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of go out on the limb and say that, yeah, that's not what you mean. Is it? You could merge the craft file, so if you want to take the fairing and put it from one craft file to the other, you can save the file that you're working on and go here, and then pick the file that has the fairing in it and hit merge. That will merge the two files together. I do that all the time. The other thing you could do is take that fairing and make a sub-assembly out of it. You take it and you drag it down here, and you can make a subassembly, and then when said subassembly is ready to go, you could just click on it. So like I have Blark. I don't know what Blark is supposed to be. Oh, Blark is some fairings that I use to make a Sigma capsule. And then we have a small sat dispenser right there. I have the jet truck. See? Jet truck. As a subassembly, there's a bunch of things. There's one of my prototype SSTO transporters. That one ended up not working. I guess the key is never trying to duplicate it. You could duplicate a fairing by putting it in symmetry, dude, but yeah, Kerbal is hit or miss with that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Alright, so now I can get rid of that because I have that in place. And now we can take the SRB. And I like to place... I'm going to clip the hinges into each other. Okay. Now the SRB is going to be the carrier beam for the strong back. The reason why I use the SRB, it doesn't bend like a strong back wouldn't bend. It's not supposed to. So, I'm not going to do that. You ever seen Paul, the Alien movie? Yes? You know what? I'm going to make this in a slightly different way. I've decided. Where the heck did that monoprop tank go? Oh, there you are. I just messed with the hierarchy there for a little bit. Instead of having monoprop tank attached to monoprop tank with fairing attached to that, I have fairing attached to the monoprop tank with monoprop tank attached to fairing. This moves the... I find that if you move the hinges closer to the root part in the hierarchy, they're less likely to drift. I'll be honest, I haven't proved that, but that seems to be the case. I haven't like actually went and scientifically proved it, but I noticed that hinges that are closer to root do not drift as much. It could be, but once again, if somebody wants to double check me on that one, you're more than welcome to. This pad is on another level, literally. Thank you. Okay, so I gizmoed this SRB a little bit away from the hinge, you know, because I want it to be a strong back. I wanted the SRB to be up here, because this point right here is where I need to push on the vehicle's center of mass. And right here is where the strong back needs to push up on the vehicle to get it to go up. I know, funny concept. So, at face value, it looks like, well, what about this area right here? Well, the game doesn't understand that that thing is gizmoed away. For all the game knows, it's still connected. It's connected right to it. It doesn't understand that it's offset like that. So, what we can do is, I can just make it look like it's connected. But now, before we do this, it might be a better solution to... Give me 1 second. Will having the 2 center landing gears cause issues with mating? No, that's the other reason why I want this piece out here, because I want the landing gear pushing on pieces that are attached to this so it doesn't bend. Yeah, you gotta be very careful. Yeah, Zaz, you like those new emotes? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 positions down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I moved the pivot point down, and the reason why I moved it down a little bit is because I can kind of hide this structure, and we can make a jungle gym of struts that are kind of out of view instead of having the hinge up here like that. All that basically did was just move this forward a little bit, which means that these points aren't vital anymore. They're not exact, so I'm gonna have to get rid of them and get the prototype back out here. Look at the part count. Nice. Yeah, check out those new emotes, dude. Got a bunch of new emotes here. All right, now we got to make carriers for this thing. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put a structural fuselage right here. And then I'm gonna take the structural fuselage, because I can't attach it to the back because that's attached to the hinge right there. So I don't want to do that. But I want my SRB to be all the way up here. I want it to be all the way up as far forward as it can go. So what we'll do now is I extend this fuselage out. It's not long enough. Maybe we can do 2 of them. It's too long. Okay. What is this emote? That's Hand Banana. That's the name of Hand Banana Air. That's the name of my airline in Flight Sim Economy. All right, screw that. We'll do this way. I'm gonna take a thumper SRB. We're gonna take all the fuel out of it and inert the SRB. No thrust limiter because I don't need this going off, right? And I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna gizmo this back into position, and then I'll gizmo the forward part of the strong back where I need it to be up there, and then we gizmo the thumper backwards like this, and just make it look like it's in position. There we go. Make it look like it's attached to the hinge. And now when I go to put other hinges in the line here, we can strut to the thumper, which will reinforce this structure. It'll make it strong because the hierarchy goes out and it loops back. Launch pad, launch pad, launch pad. Do you miss Flight Sim? It had a lot of upgrades since you last played, so I'm told. Launch pad. I don't know what's going on, Demo. I'll be honest with you. I'm too focused in this to not to know if that's a joke or not. I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know what I'm confused. I have no clue what's happening. You launchpad. Are you having a stroke or are you making a joke? Ah, that I don't understand. I don't know. Okay, what do you mean? You launchpad flames. Yes, sure. Okay. All right. Excuse me, one hop. It's gonna be a little bit crazy having all that force put on that hinge. I don't know if the game will understand what we're doing here. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if the game's gonna understand this. But there's only one way to find out, isn't there? Well, Kaz, I gotta build something first before we go and test it, huh? Yeah, some of them do hard. Some. I think they do. I hope. We're gonna go with a counterbalance design. You guys, everybody's like, oh, well, counterbalance it, counterbalance it. You understand that the problems that I'm running into, guys, are not being able to articulate this, right? Like, everybody's on the same page there, or did I miss that? Did I miss a step? I'm not trying, counterbalancing it, it doesn't make a difference. That's not the problem that I'm trying to solve. I'm talking about load being put on the hinge. Counterbalancing doesn't change the amount of load that gets put on the hinge. Well, actually, it does. It increases it. That's not the problem that I'm trying to solve. I'm wondering, am I conveying this correctly, or did I miss it? Am I missing something? Well, Hillis, I need to make sure that I'm conveying this correctly, because if I'm not, then... well, then that's on me. It's my job to be able to explain what the frick I'm doing, you know? Okay. So I'm really sparing no expense with strutting this stuff. I need this stuff to be as strong as possible. Like, if we're gonna spend parts here for the launch pad, if we're gonna spend it, we need to spend them here. It's probably not gonna stop it from drifting too much. These need to be moved into tick because of struts and other pieces. And now, here's where this gets weird. You gotta move these down here like this. Now we move these up into position like that. And now that's all hooked together and it creates a cross brace that makes this super strong. Is this a space trebuchet? Foo-face kind of. Yeah. Kind of. It kind of is. To add what happened in my test, I copied your flight path from what you do with your small SSTO. The added panels and wing surfaces on the new one makes it slow down much faster. I ended up about 100 kilometers short of KSC. Interesting. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Huh. Words to live by. So I never really had problems with the trebuchet hinges, like ever. I said trebuchet hinges because you guys are talking about trebuchets. But you know what? I guess we'll just call the launch pad the trebuchet from now on because I ain't living that one down. So yeah, I never had problems with the trebuchet hinges on the other pad. Never had an issue with it. So I'm just gonna make a beefed up reinforced version of that exact thing. I mean, what is verticating a rocket, but, you know, a trebuchet with not enough tension. I mean, nobody said that trebuchets couldn't have rockets attached to them, okay? Nobody ever said that. So, what are we gonna do about this? So in the center here, I'm going to run a pair of struts right to the kickback. Rocket augmented trebuchet. Yeah. See, I see no problem here. I hate it when struts come in all twisted. I hate it when my struts get twisted. Need strut loop? No, JDI. We don't want that. We need struts to not move. Lubricant for a strut is not what we need. No. Bad. We want to create the friction. You understand? We want to make the friction. Very nice. You know, people say, EJ, you're crazy. You know, they sit there and they say, you not make SSTO launchpad. They sit there and go, la 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 la, you'll never get this, la 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 la. But one day, we break strut, and we get this. Hey, 1AU, 12-month resub, thank you. We'll break strut and make sure we get this. We will take power. I like you. I like strut. It's nice. They say you'll never get this. You'll never get this. La 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 la. But one day we will break gravity and we will get this. Yes, very nice. Great success. Is Borat impression still funny? They were hilarious to do when I was in high school. Like really, really funny. And then after that they weren't funny. Yeah, and then when the sequel came out, they were funny again. But I'm not sure how funny they still are. No, not funny anymore? Okay. What about Bruno jokes? I'm Yaxping here with the big chat. Hello, chat. How are you? Hello, chat. Yaxman is here with the Twitch chat. Hello, Twitch chat. How are you? Why are most rocket parts white? Space needs some variety. Thermal. This suit is not black. Nice. Great success. Is that a panel that's on fire, Roblox? Foo face is like sleeve of wizard. Dude, you gotta go. Like, I always told people this. People are like, I watched Borat. Everybody says it was supposed to be really funny, and then it wasn't. And I was like, you gotta watch the original Ali G show. Go watch Ali G show. Booyakasha, wagwang waisaligyo wangagat. Booyakasha. Yeah, the original Ali G show. Oh, so good. So good. Hey, Zany, what's going on? Oh, it's it's just freaking amazing. At my work, we have acronym PH for annoying people. It stands for pain in my exit hole. Yes, very annoying, yes. Did we get any more details on what will happen with the last Electron launch? It's been a while since I caught up on a rocket lab. They're launching in a couple of hours, T-Men. We'll have details when we see the rocket launch in a couple of hours. Yeah, you know what would be really fun? If I could get this to attach in the right spot. Hey, we're having fun. Are they going to recover the booster? I don't think so, man. I don't know if this one's going to necessarily have recovery. Thomas, do you know? No, full face is not appropriate for little girls. No good. You remember that Kazakhstan is greatest exporter of potassium. Kazakhstan, greatest country in the world. All other countries are run by little girls. Alright, that's enough, Borat. I'm over it. Yeah, just now. Yeah, just now. Yeah, I'm over it. Don't need to talk about that anymore. So the reason why I'm sitting here making sure that every single strut is precisely placed is because this is a good indicator to me that I know that I messed with this strut and I intended for it to be there. It's not just like a half measure, like something that I put there just temporarily. It's the final position for the strut. Think of it just kind of a visual aid for quality assurance. And the reason why I'm reinforcing this thing is because the SSTO's center landing gear are going to have to roll on this to about this position. Actually, it's going to have to roll a little bit more than that. Hey, Phone Sister, what's going on? Oh, God. No. Ugh, for frick's sake. I hate this glitch. I hate it. I hate it so much. Sometimes it'll just start duplicating the piece that the subassembly that you merged from another craft file. It is infuriating. From the press release, it doesn't look like they're going for recovery. Okay. Oh, shoot. I moved the hinge down. gonna have to do that way. Yeah, I have to raise that up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't know, Pixel. Should I get into Star Trek Online or the Old Republic MMO? Nah, it's really up to you. Hey, Asterix, 33-month resub. Yeah, that needs to go right there. And then the place where we push on the vehicle is right there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Bouvace! Dude, a 6-month tier 1 sub. Holy crap, man. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, dude. Thanks, man. Yo, let's go. Thanks, dude. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, man. Hi, I'm new here. What are you doing? Your mom got him. Got him! Got him! Got him! Deal with it! Figure I needed 6 months to see this thing fly. Oh! Oh! What the frick? Are you kidding me? Oh! What the hell, man? What the... What the... Oh! I felt that! Why? Why would you do this? Freaking obliterated, man. Like, I'm not even mad. Fatality. Holy crap. That was actually pretty funny. Lobster, what's going on, man? Thanks, dude. I appreciate those kind words. Saraja, piss off. I mean, hi. Spook face, that was pretty good, dude. I guess I had that one coming, didn't I? Damn! You didn't have to obliterate me from orbit, Jesus! Holy crap, that was funny. I need this hinge to really be down here. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to make that happen. Okay, so this hinge needs to move this way. It needs to move down into position to get it into the position that I want, which means it needs to go this way, like that. But if I swing the SSTO back into position... Toronto, anyway, how you doing, man? Everything good? That means we need to go right there. So if I swing it into position now, that'll... Yep, okay. Yes. Hi, yeah, I'm okay. Have you been having, like, connection problems or something, dude? With your internet? Your internet's being a piece of duty? The other day was the internet. Taraja, do I look like I know what frigging day it is? Oh, yes, you do. Well, did you get it figured out, or are you just gonna be a doo-doo face about it? Just gonna be a big doo-doo face? It's Roger's day off, and he's playing on the damn computer. It's Saturday. Yep. Okay, I have the updated position for where I need this thing to be, so we can get rid of that. What would you say the major difference is between Starliner and Dragon? Squall, literally everything. They're redundant, dissimilar architecture, dude. They're supposed to have literally nothing in common. Yeah, that's entirely on purpose, man. That's the whole idea, dude, because you don't want something happening like what happened with the space shuttle, where if the space shuttle stops flying, that means we can't send people into space. You especially don't want to do that when you have a space station with people on board and no way to get to it. I mean, on top of, like, structural differences, Squall, Starliner has a jettisonable service module, Dragon has a trunk, and Dragon's service module is technically integrated into the capsule. The Dragon capsule is a capsule with a service module in one thing. The trunk that Dragon has attached to the back is more of an adapter that adapts it to Falcon 9 than anything. And it also has solar panels and radiators on it. Starliner is a much more kind of, I'm not going to say generic, but it's much more what you'd expect. Jettisonable service module, heat shield, and then the capsule. Yeah, both of these ways are good ways to do it. But once again, the biggest thing is that they're entirely dissimilar, meaning that they're on purpose, not the same. Something, $30 billion. Something complete. Yeah, no problem, dude. I moved it 8 spots. What happens if I move this down here? Huh. I might raise this. No. Nope. I screwed up. I screwed up bad. Yep, nope. I have to go back to this. Yeah, that has to be slightly tilted forward. The reason why it has to be slightly tilted forward is because when we rotate up, I don't want the wings hitting the pad. There you go. All right, cool. I was just seeing something. Cool. I heard someone say Starliner is a waste of time and money. I asked him, what if Dragon fails? He responds, it won't. So, Wii Sports, you know, we talked about this a little bit earlier. It won't, okay? Yeah, there's no absolutes in spaceflight. So, Wii Sports, that tells me that this person literally does not know what they're talking about. There are certain things that you can do, and here's how I talk to you guys. When I talk to somebody in chat, and I know that they don't know something about it, I'll purposely talk to them different. Not like, oh, talk down to them or anything, but I won't take a confrontational point of view. What I try to do is not just say, no, that's incorrect, that's not how spaceflight works. What I would say is if I had that conversation with someone, right, and they said, you know, they said that Starliner was a waste of time, and you said, okay, well, what if Dragon has a problem? And they're like, oh, it won't have a problem. And then Wii Sports, here's what you do. Don't say, no, that's not how spaceflight works. You know good and well that this person doesn't know what they're talking about, right? But here's the thing. Don't go at them like, don't be a jerk about it. Say, well, in 1986, they thought the shuttle being the only way to get into space was a good idea, and that didn't end well either. And I already know this conversation. You know what they're going to say? Well, the Dragon is not the space shuttle because SpaceX made it, right? And then here's what you say back. Well, what about Starship? And they'll be like, well, what do you mean, what about Starship? Well, you know, Starship is going to eclipse Dragon, right? That's basically a space shuttle. Are we gonna just say that Starship isn't gonna fail too? Are we gonna do this classification for every single type of spacecraft? Look, spacecrafts can fail. They can fail. Starship's already failed multiple times, but it is on purpose, but it failed multiple times, right? It's not a good idea to put all your eggs in one basket, even if you're really confident. In fact, overconfidence gets people killed in the space program. It's not a good way to look at things. And then, see what I mean? Like, you engineer around what they're trying to say. Don't try to confront it directly, because then they'll just be like, nah, you're wrong. But honestly, like, I see people who come in here and they spout that kind of stuff, and it demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding, implying that a fundamental misunderstanding about spaceflight, implying that NASA is stupid for picking Boeing and Starliner. Whereas NASA has come up and said that redundant dissimilar architecture is what you need for spaceflight. That is what you use to make a healthy and diverse spaceflight economy. So this person saying that, oh, Dragon won't fail, literally thinks they know more than NASA, which is bullcrap. You know that's not true. But you can't say that to them because nobody wants to look stupid in this day and age. Like me, I don't know, I look stupid on the stream all the time. I don't care. Also, big surprise, he thinks SLS should be canceled. Yep. Yeah, well, Wii Sports, it seems like the type of person that you're dealing with here is not a person that even understands science or knows the first thing about sending people into space. It seems like they've just been reading articles about spaceflight and think they're an expert on it, which is really funny to me. There are people at NASA that get paid probably 10 times what that dude makes, that get paid to think about this all day. And let's be real, they think about it more than you. That's why I sit here and we go over GAO reports and source selection statements and all this other stuff to try and figure out what's going on. I've been combing through this data for this information for 10 freaking years, man, and I still don't understand it. You can't tell me that somebody read an Ars article and now they're an expert on it. I'm sorry, that's not true. You know that's not true. You and I both know that's not true. So, I mean, if you've cited a bunch of examples, right? Like what I said, like ask them questions, and they still, oh, SLS should be canceled. All right, here's what you do. You want to go. Here you go. All right, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you wanted less rockets. That's it. Vaingloriously, that's literally what people think. It's weird. I don't understand where people get this entitlement from. One of the reasons why I'm so good at understanding the space program is because I acknowledge the fact that I know dick. I know nothing. I'm good, but I'm not that good. No friggin' way. It helps keep me in check and helps keep me learning. Because if you ain't learning, you're either getting smarter or you're not. There's no third direction. Yeah, Loba. Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to other topics, dude, to be honest with you, but I can speak to spaceflight. I don't think anybody can sit here and say that I couldn't. I know a lot about it. More than most. I literally spend hours every day analyzing what NASA is doing and why, and what SpaceX is doing and why, and what Boeing is doing and why. And if someone comes at me and says that Starliner is a waste of money and time and SLS is a waste of money and time just because SpaceX is doing it, I mean, Wii Sports, another thing that you could go back, like, seriously, nobody's been able to refute this. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you wanted less rockets. What kind of space fan are you? Oh, yeah, sure. I am a space fan, therefore I want less rockets, okay? And then, yeah, from there I find that people try to, because they've been clearly proven wrong, they'll try to either call me an idiot or they'll try to say that, spout off some nonsense about, as a taxpayer, the waste of money and money is going to people that I don't like. That, dude, never fails. Every freaking time. Every time. They always, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you like less rockets. Yeah, but they're money is going to these congressional districts, and that's not okay. Oh, so you have a political problem. It has nothing to do with the engineering. Good to know. Good to know that you've demonstrated 2 times now that you have no idea what you're talking about. Good job. Yeah, demo, it's ridiculous. Devil's Advocate counter. SpaceX could launch more rockets for a fraction of the price of a single SLS. Okay, Squishton, so what? This isn't about price. It's about redundant dissimilar architecture. Are you nuts? That's what I would say back. This isn't about price. It has nothing to do with price. The whole premise of this conversation is redundant dissimilar architecture. Don't try to change the subject by citing cost, right? That it's not about cost. If it was about cost, we would have gone with one launch vehicle. And it probably would have been SpaceX. See, I can play these games all day, dude. When people want to play these games, it's a chess match, dude. You know they're wrong. They don't understand that they're wrong. And you need... I don't try to be confrontational. I try to get the gears turning, right? I always... Once again, it's about teaching people to critically think. I'll inadvertently fool people into critically thinking, and they'll be like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Works every time, dude. But then again, every once in a while, well, you're going to get a guy that just... You're going to get a person that's just too stubborn to understand. And that's fine. I mean... Can't convince them all, dude. The thing I always say to people who make these kinds of arguments is, nerds are getting paid. Stop being mad that they're being competitive and celebrate it all. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Lobster, exactly. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you wanted less rockets. Yeah, that's the solution to going further in space. Less rockets. Good call. He got into space back in 2016, right when Falcon 9 started landing, so I can see where he started. I can see where this started. He cites Eric Berger a lot.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That sucks, man. That sucks. You know you won the argument when somebody does whataboutism. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much, Klein. Nobody's been able to refute that. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you wanted less rockets. So you want less rockets. So less? And, you know, they'll probably be like, no, I want more rockets, but not NASA's rocket. It's too expensive. All right, so who else is building a moon rocket? Oh, wait. No one. Huh. And then they'll be like, oh, well, Blue Origin is working on this and working on that. And maybe they won't. I mean, maybe that's the end of it. But if they know if they know a little bit more than most, they'd say, well, Blue Origin's working on a moon rocket. SpaceX is working on a moon rocket. And then you go, like I said, dude, I have these conversations every day, every day. Here's where you go from there. Okay, so you want corporations with the only way to get to the moon? You think that's a good idea? And when I say, do you think that's a good idea, that is basically a challenge to get them to turn it in their head. I'm not trying to be confrontational about this stuff because I don't need to prove anything. I know that this redundant dissimilar architecture is the correct answer. In this scenario, somebody's trying to tell you 2 + 2 = 5, and you have to help them figure out that 2 + 2 = 4. I know that they're incorrect, and this is not a matter of opinion either. This is what NASA says, dude. NASA doesn't just pull opinions about redundant dissimilar architecture out of their tailpipe. The reason why we have redundant dissimilar architecture is the same reason why we have 7 extra graves in Arlington Cemetery with astronaut names on them. That's not a good take, and it's not a good way to think about spaceflight. That's a really bad idea. When does the jobs program argument come into play? Oh, see, see, we're getting all warmed up here, man. Oh, they say, oh, it's just a jobs program. So I go right back. What's Apollo then? Do you like that we went to the moon in 1969? And the answer will most likely be an overwhelming yes, right? If it's a no, I'd be really confused. What was Apollo then? Was Apollo a jobs program? See, I like to poke. I like to prod. That's what I like doing. Poke and prod, dude. I just want people to be consistent and honest. Well, like I said, be the change that you want to see, Squishin. Why do you think I sit here, poke the bear? Why do you think I sit here and spout all this stuff all day? Because it's important to understand that. This isn't supposed to be gotcha questions, Woodbite. I'm not trying to elicit a response that agrees with my outcome, or agrees with what I want. I'm trying to get people to use their brain. Use their brain. Just use your freaking brain. I ask thought-provoking questions whenever I debate with people. I do this on purpose. I know, just jesting, yeah. Yeah, so you don't like smart people being employed. Well, yeah, Demo, when it comes to employment and how we spend government money, if you bring that into an argument, that opens up people to spout libertarianism around, and that's fine, I guess, and there's nothing wrong with that either. But once again, you know, the whole point is to try to get them to not pivot. Don't change the subject. Don't change the subject. We're talking about redundant dissimilar architecture here. That's where most people fail at debating hard. They allow somebody else to change the subject. All of my questions are pertinent to redundant dissimilar architecture. That's a very important thing to understand. You have to establish, especially if you're, I mean, everybody likes debating in this day and age. That's freaking what everybody does, right? You have to establish ground criteria for what you're talking about. And that's very important. The question started with a statement from the other person, like Wii Sports was saying, that redundant dissimilar architecture is a waste of time. Well, no, it's not. You are 100% wrong. It's very difficult to debate with ignorant people who are sure they know what they're talking about. Yeah, Baba Roomba, it is. It's difficult. That's why I ask gear-turning questions and I don't address... I kind of... You know, they're going to be like, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. Okay. Once again, you know, even such a statement like that, anybody that knows anything about spaceflight in the least knows that there is no guarantees. Every time you launch something into space, you are taking a chance. So them being like, no, Dragon will never fail ever again. That is a really, really stupid thing to say. And don't get me wrong, I don't want Dragon to fail. I don't want it to fail. I don't want to see people get hurt. How we ensure safety and we retire risk is having 2 different capsules to get into space. I mean, I would be interested if this person understands why redundant dissimilar architecture pertains to risk aversion in the application of space programs. If you ask them that and they'll be like, I don't know what that means. Well, yeah, I know you don't know what that means because you have no idea what you're talking about. Oh gosh, demo. Which one, Element? One of my classmates says, should we going SLS? Hey, whatever. Oh, Force, I don't care. As long as they're happy about it, who cares? Who cares? We can't afford to pick and choose, man. XYZ will never fail. Yeah, Element, that's a really, really stupid thing to say, especially when it comes to aerospace engineering. And once again, I know that that's wrong, but see, here's the thing. With these, like, here's how I look at it, guys, and this is how... I'll tell you my secret sauce. I really don't give a frick. Hopefully you can use this and it'll help, right? You know, people are going to go off and spout this nonsense, right? If they're going to do this kind of stuff, once again, I've just come to terms with the fact that people are going to do it. You know, you have to understand at the end of the day. So one thing that Eric Berger, for instance, does is get people really hype on SpaceX. And that's his way of getting more people involved with space. And that, dude, I am 100% okay with that. I just don't like that he does that at the expense of other spaceflight companies. I don't think that's right. But at the end of the day, you got to remember, man, we can't be butting at each other's heads. Spaceflight is nowhere near certain. You know, SLS could get canceled tomorrow. It could. It's unlikely, but it could. But don't be at each other's throats. That's stupid. That's why I don't like the divisiveness. It's really frigging annoying. It's counterintuitive and a waste of time. So remember at the end of the day, dudes, that you're arguing or you're debating with somebody that likes space. They like space. They just don't understand it well enough. That's okay. That's totally fine. How's that any different than when somebody comes in here and says, EJ, I really want this craft to work, but it's not working. You know, I don't think it's ever going to work. I go, okay, show me. Fix this, 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 and this, and then it works just fine. Remember, we're all on the same team here, right? Space is not a big enough demographic or a big enough economy or big enough of a thing to be at each other's throats. That's a really stupid idea. That's why I get really bothered when people use divisive rhetoric like that, you know, like that Verge article that we read today, to try and further whatever they're doing at the expense of spaceflight overall. Great, you got people hyped up about SpaceX, right? Or you got people hyped up about whatever, but it was at the expense of another spaceflight company. So it's not a net positive. It's a net push. I don't do that. I know that anybody that has the balls to put the money into launching stuff into space or launching people into space has gone through a great deal of personal expense and probably a lot of thousands of man hours engineering these man and woman hours engineering these capsules and putting them together. It's a really difficult thing to do. I got a taste of how it works with Kerbal. I got a taste of it. If it is even 1,000 times more complicated, if Kerbal is like indicative of how difficult this actually is, I don't. Never mind the 1,000 times. It's probably 100,000 times more complicated than what I'm doing in Kerbal, easily. easily 100,000 times. Like, Kerbal is just a taste of how difficult this actually is. It is really, really tough, and anybody that bothers to go and try to launch something into space has my respect. And I will cheer them on, but I will be fair in my judgment. I will be fair and impartial. Because being biased doesn't help you. Being biased towards one thing over another when it comes to spaceflight companies is going to hurt space. It has a net negative for space. Or a net push at best. Great, you got more people involved with space, but they only like SpaceX. Zero-sum argument. There you go. But remember, at the end of the day, you're talking to a fellow space fan. They just don't know as much as you do. Okay? It's always something that I keep in the back of my mind. If somebody comes here and says something, I don't say, wow, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Piss off, get out of here. Unless it's to Roger, in which case I'm right. No, but... Hi, buddy. Ask them if they'd be fine with removing air belts. Yeah, there was question. That doesn't work with me because I don't want those. But yeah, you're right. Yeah. It looks like the lock section is being raised in the bay. Cool. I remember you talking about that there's only one SLS launch a year. Do you think that over time there will be more than one a year? Ryan, if I had my way, SLS would be launching every quarter. 4 times a year. That's very, very important to understand. 4 times, not that, I'm sorry, I was reading what Karavec was saying. 4 times a year is what we would need to have a nice sustainable lunar program. Once a year is right now, but Boeing, Aerojet Rocketdyne, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin can scale production over time. That's why they think SLS is going to be here for a little while. The whole point of SLS is slow and steady. Emphasis on slow. But slow and steady creates a more sustainable long-term program. But, on the other hand, you also need deadlines. You have to have interim deadlines and interim goals to meet, like SpaceX going for the orbital flight right now. That's how you keep this stuff going. It's very important to understand. But yeah, it's one right now. It's one right now to the tune of about $1 billion a launch. But you got to remember that $1 billion, and this is another thing that people don't understand. $1 billion per SLS launch is total cost involved. That literally means the price. That means you're going from how much it costs to take a bunch of aluminum and steel and carbon and Inconel. Raw materials, buy them, make them into a rocket, test that rocket, put it on the pad, and launch it. Not to mention all the facilities that you need to keep the lights on that does all that. So Michoud, Kennedy Space Center, Stennis Space Center. That's the maintenance. That's the maintenance bill is all included, and all the infrastructure for the entire program. That's how NASA computes launch cost. It's called TCI, total cost. So, for instance, okay. If you buy an automobile, if you buy a new Ford Mustang, right? You pay the price of the car, but does that mean you're done with the car? Like, does that mean you never have to pay anything for it ever again? Sorry, turbo sneeze. Do you ever have to pay for anything again? No, you have to pay for gas. You have to pay for tires. You have to pay to store it. You need a parking space. You have to pay for brake pads. You have to pay for ball joints over time. You have to pay for power steering fluid, coolant. There's all this stuff over time. All right? That's total cost involved. Okay? That's why the SLS prices at face value seem so ridiculously high, because it's total cost involved. Every program that utilizes a NASA facility has to pay the rent on that facility. So the SLS program right now is literally footing the bill to keep the lights on in the VAB. That's an important thing to understand. Nobody ever understands that because they see, $1 billion a launch, $100 million a launch. This one is less expensive. But you understand that they're on different scales. Right? They're on the cost payment scale is different. So that's like saying, there's 100 foot. I have to run 100 feet that way to get a drink, or I have to run 50 meters to go over there to get a drink, right? 50 is a lower number than 100. I'm going to run that way. One's in meters, the other's in foot. See what I'm talking about? You're grading on two different scales here. There's two different measuring systems for the finances there. That's why anybody that tries to say SLS is too expensive because it costs $1 billion to launch, once again, they're demonstrating right there that they don't know what they're talking about. And what I would do is go down and to be like, okay, like if somebody said that it costs $1 billion to launch, it's too expensive. And then, you know what I'd ask? Do you know where that $1 billion goes per launch? Do you know what it goes to? Like, surely it doesn't cost $1 billion to put it out in the pad. The shuttle, which is very similar, didn't cost that much. So where does that money go? And if they don't have an answer, they'll probably be like, it goes into a politician's pocket. And I'd be like, okay, you once again demonstrated that you don't know how NASA funding works. That's good. So, all right. Does TCI include labor costs? Yep. Of course it does. And they launched the cash into space. Duh. How much did a Saturn V cost to launch, accounting for inflation? About the same. About the same. Guys, dude. Oh, man. We launched the Saturn V, what? 15 times? And we spent like the equivalent of like $8 billion in modern dollars today to develop it. You guys got to remember, if you're using total cost involved as a system of measuring price per launch when it comes to rockets, the more you launch the rocket, the more the price goes down. Simple economics here. If you build more rockets and you launch it more times, you still have to pay the same maintenance bill. You're only pushing for cost of materials and that's it. You're still paying the workers no matter what. That's how government waste happens. Well, not waste. It's not waste paying your damn workers. Pay your workers what they need, obviously. But my point is that you train the workers to put together one rocket a year. Surely putting an SLS doesn't take a year to put together, right? You could put it. They were putting shuttle stacks together in the 80s, like once every month. So you can go faster. You trained all these people to put a rocket together. Surely it's not going to cost that much more money putting two rockets together. And that's what I mean about the price going down over time. The more we launch SLS, the more we recoup our multi-billion-dollar investment on the program. The more we utilize that capability, the better. This is why I want more things to launch on SLS and not less. Once again, anybody that tries to say stuff like that doesn't understand the economics of spaceflight. They're demonstrating a fundamental misunderstanding. It's important to know this stuff, and that's why I do what I do here, guys. Does it include R&D? Yep. Mm-hmm. And once again, Captain Failure, you're saying canceling SLS means that they don't understand any of that. So they don't understand economics, they don't understand spaceflight policy, they don't understand how market demand for spaceflight works, and they don't understand how different cost structures can make something seem more expensive than it actually is. Once again, not stupid, just uneducated. That's all. It's fine. And once again, I run into this all the time, guys. This is once a day, at least. It's once a day, dude. And I'm not, like, I've changed people's minds. Straight up. In your opinion, how many SLS launches a year will realistically happen when production ramps up? Hard to say. I would hope 4, Ryan. I don't understand that stuff, but that's why I got you. Do you ever see non-Americans argue against SLS? Sometimes. I agree, Vulcan. Vulcan, I will say it once, I'll say it again. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. Putting Europa Clipper on Falcon Heavy is going to come back to bite us. Badly. Badly. That's a really bad idea. It's just, yeah. It's not a good idea. It's just, that's gonna come back and get us, man. I'm telling you, Europa Clipper is going. I'm telling you right now, Europa Clipper is going to turn into another James Webb. I'm serious. I am serious about that. Do you know how I'm serious about it? I just said I'm serious about it. Boom, got him. It's people can think differently, and that's fine, but. But if they don't have the number of SLSs to support using one for it, what choice do they have? They switched to Falcon Heavy to retire risk because they deemed that switching to Falcon Heavy would be better for mission assurance in the short term. Not entirely realizing that you extended the operational lifetime of the mission by 3 years. Remember what I said about, utilizing the technology to the fullest extent? You know that scientists, when they get onto a program like this, they get paid for that program even when the satellite is coasting. It's called an operational cost. Most operational costs for NASA programs end up, so like if you launch a probe to Mars, right? It's not just scientists don't show up out of nowhere, right? They're scientists that work on the project, they develop the probe, they build the probe, they test the probe or rover or whatever. And then they go to integrate and they go to launch the probe, and then the probe is coasting for X amount of time, going to Mars or whatever. And during that coast period, the scientists still get paid. So the longer the coast period, the more money you're going to spend over time. The reason why is because you have to combat you have to combat people's wages with inflation over time, especially over a 6-year gap. You have to give these people raises, or else they won't work. They won't work at NASA anymore. They'll go somewhere else. See what I'm talking about? The cost for Europa Clipper will balloon. They will balloon. And this is not me saying this. You can look it up in NASA's Systems Engineering Handbook. That's the sources that I'm citing here. Now, don't get me wrong. The benefits to putting it on Falcon Heavy are obviously a lower launch cost, right? But, and that allows more mission assurance because it's a flight-proven vehicle. So you're retiring what's called risk. There's something with NASA that's very important to them, and it's called risk aversion. Hey, Doom, 58-month resub. Basically, what are the odds this thing is going to blow up? That's what that means in plain English. What are the odds this thing will take a dump in our face on live television? Like what has happened in the past. They deemed that there's less aversion to the mission. There's less risk aversion if you launch it on a flight-proven booster or a flight-proven system like Falcon Heavy, because Falcon Heavy is flown, and that's fine. That's perfectly okay argument to make. I'm serious. That's fine. That's totally a good point to make. However, Europa Clipper prototypes have already been made. They've already started construction of the probe, and they're now switching the construction originally devised for SLS. You're switching that over to a commercial partner, what they would call it a commercial. You're switching that over to a commercial entity, which will mean that you have to revise some things with the mission. So, because you have to revise some things with the mission, you have to change some things around because you're changing the launch vehicle, that's going to make a bump in costs. And that bump in costs will go to the end of the mission. So, if you have funding over time here, so you have time down here, and then you have cost over here of a mission, right? The mission usually works on a bell curve like this, right? So you have funding of the mission, you have design right here, right? And then you have development, which takes up a great chunk of money. And then you have launch right here. And then you ramp down from there, right? It's a bell curve. All right, if we zoom in on that bell curve, all right, and you do something like this, you show like maybe about half of the bell curve, okay? Changing something from the original design, once you get past what's called the CDR, the critical design review phase, once you get past the CDR, changing things gonna cost more money because you changed something. Europa Clipper is somewhere over here. It's somewhere in this area right there. Now, because they switched to Falcon Heavy. Remember over here where I put that here, and like that's a crude launch cost. So the bell curve looks something like this. There's kind of a hole right there. Where the SLS launch would be, because Falcon Heavy is a lot cheaper, right? But because you switched it to it after the mission started, you're going to need a bump in funding like this to pay for that redesign right there. So the curve is going to end up being a net parallel like this, right? And you're going to get up here, you're going to launch it on Falcon Heavy, right? And that's great. You saved some money. All right, you'd think that this curve is going to go like this, right? And you end up saving money. It should reflect this exact thing like that, right? Well, here's the thing. That's not how NASA's mission grading works. Because Falcon Heavy is going to take 6 years to get to Europa, and SLS would have taken 3, right? SLS's operational costs would have done this over time, like that. But now that you're using Falcon Heavy, you change the scale of the program by adding an extra 3 years. What I'm trying to tell you is that it's not going to look like this. All right? There's not going to be a dip right there. What that funding will end up looking like is something like this. The amplitude of the bell will be a lot longer. And this area right here, that area right there is going to be, and we're going to end up paying billions of dollars. We're going to end up paying billions of extra dollars in added operations. Not to mention a net bump right here because we switched the launch vehicle around. This is not a good thing. This is a bad thing for NASA. This red area is extra operational costs. And operational costs over time net you about 50% of the average science mission. So if you take like Perseverance, for instance, about 50% of the budget for a mission like Perseverance goes to the scientists doing science with the rover while it's on another planet. Yeah, something like that, Squish Chin. You know who gets boned? We do. The taxpayer gets boned in this regard because we've already put that development money into SLS. We've already paid for it. We had an opportunity to help bring the cost of SLS launches down and also conduct science quicker, which will cost NASA less money over time, and we didn't do that. We did the opposite of that. This is... And once again, this isn't a matter of my opinion. I'm just citing NASA's cost structure or architecture right out of their systems engineering handbook. All this extra money, because we bumped it, because the mission is going to take longer, is going to be over here. Like that. And this literally will account for billions of dollars. Remember, SLS was supposed to cost $1 billion a year, right? SLS was supposed to cost $1 billion to launch. Falcon Heavy cost $178 million. So we saved $178 million, or we saved, that's a net difference of about 800 mil, right? We saved 800 million now to pay like 2 billion down the road. Understand? We saved 800 million now, but NASA's going to foot that bill later because we bumped the graph. The operational lifetime of the mission is going to scale to the 6-year transfer window. And you can't not pay the scientists during those 6 years and just say, oh yeah, you're rehired in 6 years down the road when the probe finally gets there. No, you have to pay them. You have to keep them employed. We'll end up paying billions of dollars extra. It's a really stupid thing to do. However, the argument can be made that SLS is not going to be ready in 2024. And if it's not ready in 2024, then we launch it in 2026. And which means, once again, you have to bump and you have to change the scale of your program. You have to shift that bell curve up or to the right or down or to the left, right? And that alone could end up stagnating the program and end up costing more money in the long run. I understand that. But I really don't think that SLS will have more SLS cores than what we have now in 2024. And even if SLS launched in 2025, even if it was a year late, you're still going to end up saving money down the road. So I understand why. And I can only default to this. NASA put it on Falcon Heavy, even though they know it's going to cost more in the long run. They put it on Falcon Heavy to retire the risk of launching on an unproven launch vehicle. And if you go read NASA's source selection statement about awarding Falcon Heavy the Europa Clipper contract in lieu of SLS, that's exactly what it says. Honestly, I think the real reason Europa Clipper got moved to Falcon Heavy is because of launch cadence. Retiring risk, man. Is there any other probes that can only be launched on SLS? No, but you could. Kervek, you said something a little bit ago, and I thought it was really good to read. Where is it? I often see tweets from the likes of Tori taking up talking space. Yeah, Kervik, what you said about commercial flight is true. Yeah, I know what you mean. I heard Congress wants to continue to test components of SLS even after the first launch. Why is this? The main propulsion test article that they want to put onto the test stand. They want to make an MPTA for SLS. You would make a main propulsion testing article that can be swapped out of the B1 or the B2 test stand, Ryan, to be able to work on future upgraded versions of SLS. What they're doing is they're building out all the infrastructure that they need to be able to upgrade SLS over time, which has always been the plan. Yeah, I don't get why they want to do that. Because they want to upgrade SLS's throw capacity, dude. They could... Vulcan, look. Okay, Alright. What are those? What are those engines on SLS right now? They're RS-25s, right? They're RS-25s that were on space. They're ex-SSMEs. So they were shuttle motors that they took apart and they modified them for SLS, and those modified shuttle engines are called RS-25s, right? Or RS-25Ds. Yeah, you could call it that as well, right? What are they going to be replaced with once they run out of shuttle engines? They're going to be replaced with RS-25Es, right? But they're still shuttle engines. They're still shuttle motors. The shuttle motor's design can be stretched a lot further than you think it can. How do I know? Well, first of all, they've been ramping up percentage of rated performance throughout the shuttle program. It went up to 101 to 103 to 105 to 109 to the RS-25Es have a theoretical maximum percentage of rated thrust at up around 113, 114. Long story short, RS-25s were designed to be reusable. So they're overbuilt. We know that from the AR-22 program. Remember the AR-22 program, Vulcan? That was going to be used to prove that the XS-1 could be a thing. They fired a shuttle engine 10 times in 10 days on the A2 test stand at Stennis in 2018. This tells me that the shuttle engines have a lot more to give. The reason why they have a lot more to give is because since they're being used in an expendable capacity now, instead of a reusable capacity, top fuel dragster, baby. That's why they need the test article. The reason why I said top fuel dragster is because the top fuel dragster can, a dragster motor, the big long things with the huge wings and the huge tires in the back, the engine gets rebuilt after every time. The engine's literally expendable, just like an expendable rocket. So they need that main propulsion test article to be able to wring out all the extra power that they could get out of that RS-25. Who knows? Someday we might see an SLS Block 2 that has the throw capacity of an Ares 5. That's why they want the MPTA. Because RS-25s have a lot more to give. And if we're going to pay for them and if we're going to use them, I want all of that power used to move payloads into space. Didn't they recently test an RS-25 to 115? Yep. Although the shuttle never went above 104. That's right. What if we continue launching SLS at least once a year for 10 plus years? And maybe do things like smart reuse for SLS. No. Smart reuse would be too hard to retrofit. SLS wasn't built with smart reuse in mind from the beginning. If you don't build it to do that from the beginning, Squishin, don't even bother. Retrofitting it will be just as expensive as building a new thing. They never ask them, how much can you give? Oh, they only ask for more, yeah. And like I said, Vulcan, how long did that take me to think about this? You know, but then again, you going back to the whole news thing, you have people sitting there saying, the main propulsion test article is just a way to keep jobs. It's just a way to keep jobs. I'm an expert on spaceflight policy. It's just a way to keep jobs. Doesn't make any sense. Herder, I want less money for NASA. Literally zero critical thinking, man. Nothing. Not even a tither. It's like, whoa. All right. You really don't know what you're saying, do you? Okay. Deal with this on a daily basis, man. So annoying. But, see, like I said, because, like, look at this stuff. I'm a persistent dude, and I'm patient. If it takes me explaining this every frigging day till I'm blue in the face, I'll do it, because it's worth it. Come on, let's be real. The whole shuttle program was a jobs program. Swishio, there must have been a language thing there. Yeah. Okay. All right. Swishio. All right. It's almost midnight, so I'll go into after hours mode. Yeah. No shit. No shit. Thank you. Yeah. No shit. What was the Apollo program then? Right? Like, yeah. Yeah. Obviously. Thank you for that very nice insight. Not you, Swishio. The people that say that stuff. Right? Like, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. No crap. Of course it's a jobs program. What are you, dumb? Like. That's like saying, hey, the space... Did you guys know? Did you guys know that the space shuttle has tiles on it and they're black? I know, right? I know. Crazy. It's so ridiculous. Why did they do it that way? That's so dumb, right? That's literally what's going on here. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It makes my head hurt, man. Miss Slippy's car? is green. Billy likes to drink soda. Miss Slippy's car is green. Oh. I'm asking what could we realistically get the cost of the SLS down to? If we launch it 4 times a year, $500 million? Yeah, totally reasonable. Yeah, 500 mil. Probably less, 400 maybe. If we launch it a lot, we block buy the thing. Yeah, 400 or 500 mil, something like that. Yeah, that'd be about right. Yeah, I know, Elon. It's the stupidest argument I've ever heard. No, you know, NASA's only a jobs program when I don't like what NASA's doing. That's. You see how stupid that is? I heard Thompson's Water Seal lobbied to have their product on the shuttle. Is that a joke, Tylen? Or I don't know if that's a joke or not. All right. Anyway. So I have the struts installed here. Okay. Lexi, thank you for the raid. 4 times a year. Yeah, and NASA isn't a jobs program. Yeah, I know. So dude. Sorry, what do you think? Do you think they could? I think they could get an SLS launch down to shuttle figures if you launch it 4 times a year, 4 to 6 times a year, just like the space shuttle. You could get SLS down to probably 500 mil a launch. Yeah, that's about right. I mean, once again, that's napkin math off the top of my head. What do you think? In the report, I heard they want SLS Block 1B for the 3rd launch. Do you think it's possible? Of course. Sure. Why wouldn't it be? At least for a jobs program, it's a majority high-skilled STEM jobs. Yeah, and high-paying jobs create a higher tax base, which can literally bring congressional districts out of poverty. Yeah. Yeah. These people have no idea. These people, like, dude, sometimes I wonder if these people are just being... like, people that say this kind of stuff actually understand the repercussions of what they're saying, or I mean, do they just say it because that's what they think and they, you know, like, heard or I'm right, or do they actually understand the damage that they're causing? It's kind of okay. I agree. 5 times a year, average rate towards the end of the program when things were more refined. Yeah, I don't know if it would get to be the shuttle price, but that would put it darn close. Yeah. I'm with you on that one, Nesman. A block buy for the shuttle. I mean, a block buy for SLS, 20 cores. 20 cores, 4 times, launch 4 times a year from 2025 to 2030. 4 times a year for the next 5 years. Yeah, the cost would definitely go down. By 2030, the cost of an SLS launch will have gone down to, yeah, I'd say about 500 million. That would be about that, and that's just a guess, but that seems about right. Yep, society is just a jobs program. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What time's the launch? 2:56. Crafter, be here around 2:50 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, NASA meant, yeah, I was waiting for Jim to do it, dude. He was going to. Oh, he was going to block by, and it was going to be awesome. They were working on the long lead items for the RS-25s. And don't get me wrong, Bill will probably end up doing it too, but... Did you guys know that we live in a society? You're disappointed, Roblox? Alright, anyway. So I have the struts figured out here for the pad. We have the hinge mechanism for the strong back here. Wait, what? Yeah, I know. Guys, we live in a society. Ridiculous. I know. It's crazy. I'm going to try something with this for the transporter erector. And what I'm going to try to do is try to see if we can use hydraulics to push this thing up into position. Ooh, that might get in the way of the wheels. If Bill Block buys, does he get a spot in mission control? Oh, absolutely. Sorry, I'm zoning out. What is this project for? Yeah, me too. This is a launch pad. Alright. I'm just going to put that there as a temporary thing. That's why I didn't bother fixing the struts, so I know. I'm wondering if that's going to be enough of an extension to be able to catch up with the bottom of the SSTO, but time will tell. You're going to participate in the jobs program called Sleeping? Yeah. Fellas, I might take a break until the Rocket Lab launch. Quick technical question about SLS. Vulcan, you were also saying something. I think I want to go and read it. You said something a little bit earlier. I do think NASA needs to do studies into long-term replacement programs for SLS. Not immediate cancellation, but start work on a proper next-gen rocket that could take over SLS operations when it's ready. Block 2, Vulcan. Block 2. Yeah, Block 2 is exactly what you're describing. Now, do I want NASA to pursue a reusable super heavy launch vehicle? Oh yeah, absolutely. But realistically, that even a twinkle of that in NASA's eye is about 10 years away, and that's being very, very, very optimistic. Okay, Vulcan, quick technical question about SLS. The SRBs are directly derived from the shuttle's SRB. Does that mean they will use the separation technique from the shuttle where they peel back and away from the core into the wind? It'll look exactly like a shuttle launch, yes. The launch is in 2 hours, Hibbit. On the Falcon 9 first stage, how do they get the turbopumps to spool up on initial start? Can you explain? Yeah. So 619, you know brake fluid, right? Brake fluid is hydroscopic. What does hydroscopic mean? It absorbs water, right? Now I know that with cars, saying igniter fluid or lighter or ignition fluid is a joke, right? Rocket engines, the Merlin engines actually use igniter fluid. They use not a hydroscopic, but a pyrophoric.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
A pyrophoric ignition fluid, which consists of two chemicals called triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane, TEA-TEB, or just T-tab for short. They shoot that stuff into the turbo pump when they want to restart the engine, and the T-tab combines, and when it combines, if it finds oxygen, pyrophoric, it'll explode. That's why when the Merlin engines start, you see a green flash come out the rocket motor, and then they start. Yeah, igniter fluid, triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane ignition fluid, pyrophoric igniter fluids. There you go. Hey, Falcon 640, what's going on? Wii Sports gifted a sub to Smuckers! Smuckers! It's starter fluid. Yeah, literally like spraying ether down a carburetor. Same thing. Well, not exactly the same thing, but close. When designing and deciding the next generation launch vehicle, why did NASA go with something not reusable? Elon, I know the reason. It's getting kind of late, so my analogy game is not on point. Long story short, the Delta V requirements for sending something to the moon doesn't really afford reusability. So, for instance, if you're building a rocket that sends something into low Earth orbit, like Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy or whatever, or even geostationary transfer orbit, okay? Say, you need 100% of this, of fuel, 100% fuel to get it into orbit. And then to reuse the booster, so to have it boost back and land or land out on a drone ship, you need 120% of your fuel. That extra 20% is so the rocket can re-enter, come back down, and land, right? So 120% for putting a rocket into space, for putting a satellite into space, or a Starlink constellation into space, and then having the booster turn around, come back, and land. 120% of fuel. If you're the further you go away from Earth, the scale gets logarithmic. So that percentage of extra fuel that you need goes up. So if you want a rocket to be able to move that same payload to what's called translunar injection, or TLI, so basically shooting something out towards the moon. If you want a Starlink payload is about 15 tons. Now, you needed 120% over here for the rocket to go into low Earth orbit and come back down and land, right? Over here, just to get it to go to the moon, we're talking 200% of that original amount. Now, you would think that if it's 200%, if you have double the amount of fuel to be able to go to the moon, well, you should need double the amount of fuel to bring it back and bring it back down, right? You know, you needed 20% extra fuel over here, so if you have 200%, you should need 40% fuel over here to bring that SLS core back down and have it land or whatever, right? No, that's not how that works. The further you go, the more that gap increases. So if you wanted to make something like SLS boost back and land, right, you're going to need to make a much bigger rocket. You're not going to need 240%, you're going to need 300% of your original fuel, because that core stage on SLS is going way faster. What if it's going to speed up, right? If it's going to speed up, that means you're going to have to turn it around, put it in the opposite direction to get it to slow down, to come back down and land. The only other option is having the SLS core have a thermal protection system, like the Space Shuttle or Starship or something. In which case, yeah, you could do that, but now you added an extra 20 tons of thermal protection system to your core stage. And if you did that, well, guess what? Now you're going to need that extra fuel anyway to be able to get that core up there and have the same performance that you originally wanted. Long story short, reusability is extremely difficult if you're trying to make something that can go all the way to the moon and back in one shot. Starship and Elon's way to fix this problem is on-orbit refueling. A Starship has all the reusable systems on board, and Super Heavy is insanely powerful. And Super Heavy comes back down, boosts back, and land. But even then, they still run into mass problems. This is why SpaceX is trying to catch a booster with the launch pad instead of just putting landing legs on Super Heavy. You're still running into mass problems here. Starship will get up into space, and then you got to launch another one, and another one, and another one, and you got to refuel the Starship 5 times. And now Starship has enough fuel to get out to the moon. Building a reusable Super Heavy launch vehicle is about as difficult as you can get, and that's playing on max difficulty. That's playing Halo on legendary difficulty with all the skulls enabled. That is the hardest thing that you can do, and Elon's trying to do it. He's trying to do it, and he's not only is he trying to do it, he's trying to build a lot of them and make it work like an airplane, which is absolutely bananas in terms of engineering. It's ridiculous what SpaceX is doing, in a good way. Rocket Lab says LOX fueling is initiated and the weather is optimal. Cool. Just reading up on NASA's Space Launch Initiative. Apparently they were working on reusable engines similar to the RS-68 called the RS-83 and 84. Yep. Hey, Rocket Guy. He plays KSP in real life. Yeah, Newport, isn't it nuts, man? You're ridiculous. Got them. Wii Sports. What's up, dude? Don't sleep. Play Microsoft Flight Simulator. No. So, Muskrat, does that make any sense? Does that make more sense, dude? There's a reason. That's the reason why they're doing that. Yeah, thanks for explaining. It's very difficult to send something to the moon and try to get stuff back. And look, that's just physics, man. That's a physics problem to solve if I ever heard one. Von Braun even knew that. That's why he made the Saturn V. Von Braun wanted to make a reusable launch vehicle. He did. his info commercials from his infomercials that he did with Disney about, you know, reusable spaceflight architecture basically had a Saturn V with a space shuttle on the top. But he quickly figured out that that's a really hard thing to do. It's a very difficult thing to do. So he said, all right, fine, we'll start off with an expendable architecture. That's okay. And then we'll move to reusability later with the applications program. At least that's what he wanted to do. So yeah, it's a hard sell, man. You're really tempting physics at that point. I mean, Muskrat, a rocket, in order to get to the moon. So say you want to go to the moon, the Saturn V. You need to be able to accelerate a payload to 23,000 miles an hour, or about 38,000 kph for the metric folks. 38,000 kilometers an hour. Now, here's why Delta V is such a pain in the butt and why rockets are so difficult, all right? Could you take a tennis ball and put it on a rocket and accelerate it to 38,000 miles an hour, or 38,000 kph? Yeah, sure. That wouldn't be too hard. We could do that. A freaking Electron could do that. No problem. You take a tennis ball, shoot it at the moon. All right. You could put that on a small sat launcher, just a tennis ball. You could put that on Electron. Electron would yeet that right out to the moon, no problem. In fact, it probably has more Delta V. You could probably make it go faster. Now, what if we wanted to launch Electron with the tennis ball on top at the moon? We would need a much bigger rocket. You need something like Falcon Heavy. Right? Falcon Heavy with a fully fueled Electron on it with a tennis ball inside of the payload fairing, instead of a tennis ball which weighs like what, a half kilo or something. Right now you have the entire Electron rocket, which probably weighs 40-50 tons fully fueled. Now you're moving 50 tons out to the moon. Now you need a much bigger rocket to be able to accelerate that to the same speed. You need a much bigger rocket. Holy mother of uptime. Yeah, Jaeger, it's just a normal stream for me, dude. So if it takes 5 launches to refuel just for the moon, how does Elon plan to go to Mars? By using Super Heavy to give him an injection orbit, maybe? No, just refuel a bunch of starships and send them all at the same time in formation to Mars. Cluster bomb Mars with starships. With people on, well, hopefully with people on them and hopefully not bombs. You know what I mean? That's awesome, Brainiac. Very cool. That's sweet, dude. Why did I just get the thought of Heavy Super Heavy with 4 Falcon 9 strapped to each Super Heavy core? How is Rocket Lab launching? It's late for my brain to comprehend. They're in New Zealand. Their launch site is at the Mahia Peninsula in New Zealand. It's a perfectly normal hour over there. I think it's like 4 in the afternoon when they go for launch. How do we even begin to terraform a planet like Mars? Jaeger, I don't even bother trying to answer that question. Because if we can't get to Mars, how can we even think about terraforming it? That you're asking an answer to a question that's 3 steps down the road. Let's focus on getting there first and being able to get there reliably. I don't know how we'd go terraforming Mars. I don't know. A yeet box? I have no idea. Asking a baby how to drive a car. Exactly. Did we decide that the hinges can handle 1500T? Well, I'm definitely going to find out. I have a really solid pad design here. And here, I'll just kind of do some quick mock-ups of what I think this thing needs to look like. So this needs to look like this. We have to make the launch box, and this launch box here needs to be probably one of the strongest things that I've ever made in KSP, ever. I've never made anything in KSP that's gonna have to be able to cope with the mass, with the mass that this thing is gonna need to hold up. See last, okay. What SLS Block 2 really needs is a Centaur-derived balloon tank upper stage. Just imagine the insanity of an 8-meter wide Centaur. That's literally what the EUS is, dude. It's not a balloon tank, but I do understand what you're saying. No, seriously, look up the characteristic energy of the exploration upper stage, Vulcan, and you'd be like, holy crap. It might as well be a Centaur. It might as well. It has 4 RL-10s in it, dude. What's Rocket Lab saying? Okay, yep. T-minus 20. Yeah, I got that. Okay. This thing's gonna need to be stronger than Grissom's landing gear? Yeah, Chaos. Yeah. Yes, by a pretty significant margin, dude. The SSTO, when it's fully fueled, is 1,300 tons. So what is that? 1.3 million kilos, man? Forgive me. I use turkeys as units of weight measurement. Turkey, kiloturkeys. EUS is an enhanced plus wide DCSS, which is already insane. But taking that and adding balloon tanks, that would be nutty. Yeah. Yep. I mean, the characteristic energy of the DCSS is still very, very good for what it is. Yeah, Chaos, this thing needs to be extremely strong. Yeah. I've never put that kind of pressure on parts before. Guys, this will be one of the hardest problems to solve. But once again, we can solve it. I'm not worried. What's the payload capacity for my SSTO? Newport, I overestimated, or underestimated, dude. You want to see? Check this out. So here's the finished prototype, and this is the this is the vehicle that I'm building that launch pad for. This thing, dude, it's absurd. I'll show you. So EUS and the ICPS are optimized for near-Earth operations. Anywhere beyond Saturnish and their mass starts to catch up to them. Oh, anywhere beyond Saturn, Ian. You're right. Yeah. The sheer insanity of making a 5-meter wide Centaur makes you happy. 8-meter wide. I was gonna say Vulcan. Actually, Vulcan, dude. Rocket Guy, you're gonna Rocket Guy. I know you're here. Hi, by the way, you're the man. I could have sworn I heard a proposal somewhere about putting a Centaur on top of the EUS for deep space probe insertion. I don't know if that was just. It may have been like alt history or something, or just a proposal that never happened. But I could have sworn that I heard that somewhere. Yes, it was a concept of operations by NASA, if I recall correctly. They're looking at an EUS plus an ICPS for a far out or interstellar probe. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So payload capacity, guys, I overestimated here. I'll actually show you. So, wait, why are we picking up fuel? Where are we picking up fuel from? That's strange. Shouldn't be picking up any fuel here. Oh. Why did I put fuel in the ATTP? Oh, okay, I remember why. I was trying to troubleshoot something. Hey, Mayan. Oh, RCS ports? Yeah, they're there. Alright, so here, I'll show you guys baseline performance. I mean, if we were talking about nuclear weapons during space news, if anybody remembers Castle Bravo or has read about Castle Bravo, I'm going to say this. I Castle Bravo'd the SSTO. Not meaning that I exploded it. Castle Bravo was a hydrogen bomb that they went to test in the 60s, or no, in the 50s, and they said it was going to be this big of an explosion, but they pulled a Michael Bolton and forgot to carry the 1 and made an explosion that was like 6 or 7 times bigger than what they anticipated. Yeah, that's Castle Bravoing something. Now that you know what that means, think about that in context of the SSTO. I've created a monster. Because nobody wants to see Jebstar no more. They want this. I'm chopped liver. Alright, so. There we go. That should be all the tanks filled up. Yep. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I got to just derate the engines to get this to be correct. To give me the proper Delta V readings. What comms setup did you put in this in the end? It's up at the front and it just has a regular dish. It's not designed to go any further than low Kerbin orbit, so it just has a small one in it. Doesn't need anything more. Let me just make sure I have all the tanks filled. All the tanks are filled. Okay, so all the tanks are filled up. Look at the Delta V numbers. Can we see it fly real quick? No. It's not ready to go public. But I do have this on KerbалX, guys. This exact craft file. If you wanted to take this on KerbalX and fly it, go ahead. Was that nuclear explosion where the little aircraft carriers were lifted out of the water? That was Operation Crossroads. Different thing. So we have 4,500 meters a second sea level. Watch this. Let me lock that tank out. 18 tons of payload. We're at 4,409 at sea level. Now, for a little bit of reference, the small SSTO with 2 tons of payload has 4,000 meters a second at sea level. 4,000. This has 4,400. $36 tons of payload, 4,200 meters a second at sea level. You put it in vacuum, it goes up to 45. Yeah, I Castle Bravo'd this thing. It can move 36 tons into space. Yeah. Can we see it with an orange tank? That 4273 is enough to get up into space and back down very, very easily. Once again, 4,000 is enough to get up, do some rendezvous operations, dock to a station, and come back down and land. We know that from the small SSTO. So if that is 42, that means this can deploy 36 tons up in space. Any ideas for the down mass yet? Anything you can fit in the payload bay, someone? Yeah. The reason why is because this is an SSTO. It's not the space shuttle. The fraction of dry mass that we're adding as payload with down mass capability is such a small margin of the entire vehicle. It's not like the space shuttle, where if the space shuttle came back down with a space station module, that would be a significant extra mass on top of the vehicle mass. It's still a small portion of dry mass relative to the entire vehicle. So yeah, I can say, I'll tell you this right now, this can move 36 tons up and down, no problem. What engines did you use for OMS? They're Poodle engines? Yeah, it's someone considering that this thing is, it's pretty insane. Where do the people go? They can go up here. I'm gonna add crew compartments and stuff up here, public, but this is the baseline configuration. I'll do that stuff later when I can figure out that this thing can move 36 tons up and down, no problem. But in order to do that, I need a launch pad for it to launch on. So we need to finish that damn pad. Look, we can argue all day, but we all know that every rocket currently in existence should be canceled and replaced with Ares 4. Did I mention that I hate you, Vulcan? Have I ever mentioned that? I hate you, and if I meet you, I'm going to kick you in the nuts. Have I ever mentioned that? High five, man. You have mentioned it more than once. Yeah, no, Ares 4. Yeah, I see what they were trying to do, but... I choked on my own spit laughing. Sorry. Is the orange a prototype color? Just curious if it's final. Sorry, you've already loaded out. Orange. The orange tank? No. What you saw there is what I'm going to fly into space, dudes. Prototype 6. This is it. Are you talking about that? Yeah, the front, yeah. I know it has the orange stripe, but it matches the rest of the thermal protection system, dude. Trust me. It looks sweet. No, what you want is this one and this one. These rockets would have been insane. Ares 5 is basically an SLS Block 2 on steroids. And that we would have got that one out of the box. And Ares 1... Ares 1 can put as much into space as a Delta IV Heavy. Easily. Ares 1 looks weird. I love Ares 1 Copper. I think it's such a good design. It's so smart. So well thought out. And I know that anybody that knows a little bit about space is going to look at me like I'm crazy. No, Ares 1 was a good idea. It's a good stopgap technology. Yes, it would have. They had problems that they were trying to solve with the parachutes and problems they were trying to solve with SRB vibrations. They would have figured it out. They would have figured it out because Orion is heavy. Orion can help dampen the vibrations from the SRB, and they added a shock absorber in there that would have been fine. In terms of abort scenarios and parachutes, okay, so you're telling me that some rockets can't launch in the wind. Okay, cool. For the naysayers, yeah, that's not really how that works. I think that Ares 1 is really, really smart, and hear me out. I'll tell you why. You know why Ares 1 is smart? If we had started building this and then moved to Ares 5 after that, we could have brought the costs of building a super heavy launch vehicle down by testing the boosters, 5 segments, here, and the J2X upper stage engine here. Ares 1... All the Ares 1 technologies that would have been developed here could feed into Ares 5. Ares 5 had a J2X powered upper stage, and it has 5-segment SRBs. So we could have used this, developed the technology, the pathway, a viable pathway to build super heavy launch vehicles like Ares 5, and also been able to not have a 10-year gap in space flight by sending people to the ISS with Orion. That would have brought the costs down of Ares 5 because we prototyped the technology with Ares 1, overlapping funding bell curves, which is smart. But we didn't do that, and we ended up footing the cost for the 5-segment booster anyway, and not developing an upper stage for Ares 5 at all, and we called that SLS. Whoops. Yeah, Nuggets. Shuttle's big, man. The boosters on Ares 5 were 5.5-segment boosters that required a very different core grain. Are you sure? J2X is basically cheating. Link me a source to that, Vulcan, please. I'm not familiar with that. It was one of the large cost issues with Ares 5. Cost issues with Ares 5? You prototype it with Ares 1. What do you mean cost? What are these people saying cost issues? Shut up! That's just, not you. I'm being a jerk. No, what do you mean? What do they mean cost issues? What the hell is that? Are these the same cost issues that we have for putting Europa Clipper on freaking Falcon Heavy? It's the same. That's the same stupid circular argument. Cost issues, my butt. Ridiculous. Yeah, saving $30 billion, man. Just happened right before our eyes with Europa Clipper, and everybody's cheering. Everybody's, oh man, this is such a good thing. Okay. Sure it is. Yep. I bet it is. Are these the cost issues that gave us the Saturn V? Yeah. I know, Nug, right? Anyway, guys, I've talked enough about that tonight. I don't want to talk about it no more. How much longer till the Electron launch? I might take an hour break here if y'all don't mind. Have you started mining ore fuel for Big Chungus? No, I haven't. But I might incorporate ISOU into this pad because I'm sick of loading up the pad with fuel trucks all the time, Carrier. So yeah, I'll probably end up doing ISOU with this eventually. Okay. So the reason why I'm strutting everything and I'm overbuilding the pad is because, like I said, that SSTO that you guys just saw, the SSTO that you guys just saw is 1,300 tons fully fueled with payload. So we really need to build this pad hefty. It needs to be about as strong as I can build anything in KSP. If I could build it out of unobtainium, I absolutely would. Hey, Mike, what's going on, dude? You must play the Kerbal. Is there enough fuel on KSP to fill the Chungus? Yeah, maybe. Chinese launch happened 40 minutes ago, was successful. Excellent. From the article, Vulcan linked. Oh, yes. Sorry, it's getting harder to... As I get further into the night, it gets harder to keep up with chat. Study reveals a 6R68 and 5.5 segment booster design for Ares 5? Wait, what? Interesting. Each new reusable 5.5 segment SRB will contain over 1.5 million pounds of thrust and will produce a peak 3.7 million pounds of thrust and have a vacuum ISP at 275. Wow. We should have done that. What if we put the SRBs into 4x symmetry and had a bigger payload fairing on the top? You can't. The umbilicals for the core stage would get in the way. But, I mean, Squishin', if we did do that, I mean, it'd be pretty awesome. Literally nothing. Boring year continues. Yep. Should make a rocket in the style of Conestoga with 5.6. That's why I liked Omega so much, Core. Yeah. Ares 5 was kind of becoming a behemoth of a rocket. Good. Once again, Vulcan, so? Like, I don't, like, see that, dude, that's fun. That's fun, man. Like, I know, dude, I know it's going to sound really stupid. And this is going to sound really backwards coming from me. But, you know, that would have cost more money to make, no doubt. But you can scale the cost to, you know, to make every dollar count over time. I'm Vulcan, there is nobody on this planet, because we're talking about NASA. There's no one on this planet that's going to convince me, or there's nobody here that's going to convince me that more money for NASA, or less money for NASA is better for NASA. Like, it's just, that's dumb. That's really stupid. Doesn't this frame need to be taller? The I-beams will hit the engines. It does. This was just a mock-up, Core. Yeah. I just built a mock-up to help kind of visualize it a little better. Dude. Vulcan, you know what, man? If we had kept going with it, if we had kept going with Constellation, where would we be right now? So Ares 5 might not be flying just yet. Ares 1 is moving. So where are we in that regard? Ares 1 is moving people to the station, right? And they're prototyping this new 5-segment design by flying Ares 1 every time. They're prototyping new SRB grain, and the ISS does. We have a smaller stopgap, and maybe Ares 5 isn't finished. Maybe Ares 5 takes the same timeline that SLS would have taken, right? So that means Ares 5 is coming online sometime in a very short amount of time, and then SpaceX is taking over commercial crew operations, and SpaceX with Dragon and Starliner are taking over commercial crew operations starting last year. So Orion is being phased out, going to the ISS, and now NASA can start focusing on doing lunar missions with a lunar landing by 2024. We're we would have been much better off. When do you think this pad will be done? Tomorrow? I just saw Nauka fly by. It was 3.5 minutes behind the ISS. Ares 1 would be fully operational. Ares 5 would likely be in a similar position to where SLS is right now. So Vulcan, was it freaking worth it, dude? Was it worth it? No. Canceling programs is idiotic. It's stupid. Every time we've done that, we've ended up with net less capability. Every time. Can you imagine an Ares 5 rolling out of that VAB? How ridiculous would that be? Ares 5 even whoops SLS's ass in terms of performance. SLS Block 2. It whoops Block 2's ass in terms of performance. It's not even close. Ares 5 can move in its baseline configuration, could move 188 tons into space. With a what was it, a 9-meter fairing or an 8? I think it was still 8.4. Yeah, so stupid. 188 tons, 188,000 kilograms, or what is that? That's almost 400,000 pounds. Stupid. Now, SLS is still gonna be cool. I'm still hype about SLS, but it's watered down version of Ares 5. But still, hey, better than nothing. Could have nothing, you know. I'll take what we can get. So it could barely lift my mom into space. Ooh, rare self-burn, Mike. Hi. Everything else good, dude? You already said everything is good. Is that this cancel culture that everybody talks about? No. No. That's something different. If the Ares 5 kept going, Altair would not have stopped. That was what Ares 5 was designed to lift. So not only the rocket that was lost when they axed Constellation. Yeah, Raph, yeah, you're right, dude. We lost Altair. We lost the Mars Ascent Vehicle. We lost the Mars Descent Vehicle. Oh, my God. Basically started over from scratch. Yeah, I guess. No, Vulcan. No, it's good. They can cancel SLS when we have 3 other super heavy launch vehicles flying. Wisp, I don't think they should ever... NASA should always have an in-house program. I'm sorry. The more and more I think of, the more and more I learn more about the space program, NASA would be idiotic to just rely solely on commercial providers to move stuff into space. That would be a really big mistake. Who was going to make Altair? NASA. You need to have a redundant national space program. It has to... I don't... let me put it to you like this. Do you trust the corporation with being the only ones to have access to the surface of the moon or the surface of Mars? I don't. But see, on the other hand, I don't trust the government being the only one to have access to the surface of the moon either. That's really stupid, because they can just say, screw it, we don't need to do this anymore, just like what happened during the Apollo program. You have to have both. I get it, it's going to cost more money. I understand that, but there's no getting around it, guys. How's the other pad after that Kraken incident a couple weeks ago? Aspect, it's fine. I actually used that pad 3 more times, dude. It just blew up the crane. Everything is okay, though. Yeah, Squishton, that's cool. Guys, I think I'm going to take a break here. Also, better future because the plans for nuclear... Yeah, that's true. Well, they tried... See, that's for the other reason why I like Jim so much, dude, because Jim tried to bring back as much of Constellation as he could in his tenure. Yeah, he tried to bring back as much as he could. Getting Nerva back on the books. Getting a mission for SLS. That's... Yeah. Artemis is just Constellation Light. Because, yeah, Jim tried to bring back as much of it as he could. What do you think of corporations selling off-the-shelf rockets that are operated by NASA, like how Boeing is selling fighter jets? I don't think that's smart. Mike, I don't think that's a good idea. Straight up. Wait, hold on. Let me read that one more time. Corporations selling off-the-shelf rockets that are operated by NASA, like how Boeing is selling fighter. How's that different from what NASA does with their in-house designs to begin with? NASA doesn't build the thing. They come up with the design, though. And a contractor builds it, and then they operate it. That's exactly what they do. Am I missing something? Yeah, you need that, and then you need commercial operations. They need to be in a redundant loop to each other. That's how this grows. That's how this. You want a vibrant and healthy Earth economy, low Earth orbit economy, and lunar economy, and Martian economy. That's the way to do it. We got to fire on all cylinders if we're going to take this seriously. And once again, ain't nobody going to change my mind on that. So I'm just gonna do a mock-up here again of this. That's what that's gonna look like. Man, that thing's gonna be insane, dude. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the copyright strike. Twitch in a nutshell. What's that, Cyborg? I don't really understand, but all right. Putting supports on the side of the flame trench. Yeah. So, Court, I think we should do something like this. Yeah, this is what I did with the other pad, dude. The other pad had supports at the four corners like this. I don't know if you ever saw that, Court, but yeah. I don't recall that. Yeah, the other pad has four supports at the corners like this too. Yeah, I ended up incorporating that. That's how I could time warp while we were during fueling procedures. Remember? Yeah, I couldn't do it before, but I could do that with this because it stayed nice and rigid. Man, that's gonna be insane, man. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, we should. Holy cow. How many pistons do you think this will need to lift? 4, 5 total? Now, actually, I'm going to say 6. I'm going to say 6. I probably need 1, 2, 3, 4 over here to be able to make a telescopic hydraulic to be able to bridge the distance that hydraulic needs to cover, and then probably 2 more over here. Probably no more than the other pad. I'm dead serious about that. At the very least, maybe 10, and that's a considerable overestimate. Yeah, we don't need much. Like, actually, I mean, the other one has 6. So the small pad has 6. So yeah, okay, you know what? I'd say, you know, a very liberal estimate, probably 12. Just double up all the hydraulics. That should be fine. Yeah, you guys, it's the same leverage. Yeah, I get it, we're pushing more mass, I understand, but the hydraulics were never even stressed on the smaller pad. We never even got close. We never even got close to those hydraulics being like, I can't move this. Never even got close. I hope that NASA decides to go through with Louvois. Yeah, that should all be funded too. Mm-hmm. We need to get the hydraulic timing right this time. Yeah, you're telling me. In 200 years, there will be little distinction between fighter aircraft and spacecraft. Yeah, but NASA doesn't make fighters, Mike. NASA offers a logistics service by launching stuff into space. They launch stuff into space for science. It's a logistics service. So I don't compare it to fighter airplanes. I compare it to other logistics services that the government offers, like the post office. Post office still exists. FedEx still exists. See what I'm talking about? Last, please. Okay. Also saw this today. Yeah, you're at Bonneville. I saw your posts on Discord, dude. No, see, yeah, fellas, Team Luvor. I want Luvor funded. I want W First funded. I want James Webb launched. It's already been funded. I need it launched. You need to do that. I want Constellation funded. I'm not. There's no compromise here. I want all of it funded. It's stupid. This is dumb. Dude, I will even go so far as to say I want a constellation, a satellite constellation of climate observation satellites that have a modular architecture that allows to change the sensors and allow the satellites to be serviced on orbit by spacecraft, because our understanding of this planet changes all the time with climate monitoring and Earth science observation satellites. I want a modular network that Starship is designed to go. Starship or New Glenn or whatever, Relativity can go up there and they can do modifications to the satellite to change the monitoring equipment on our climate science network. I want a climate observation network, a Landsat observation network that works exactly like GPS. It works very similar to GPS, and I want it to be modular satellite architecture that ships can go and do maintenance on. Yep. I want NASA incentivizing super heavy lift, launch vehicles, lunar bases. Basically, if I like EJ has unlimited purse strings, I would literally fire NASA on all cylinders. All cylinders. There are 4 observatories battling to be the next great observatory. Just launch all of them. So stupid. W First already exists. The flight hardware is already there. Just put it on a frigging rocket. Is this difficult? Like, Ian, it's so stupid. The modular architecture is literally our technology. Well, Rocket Guy, by making a climate observation satellite network, so like a Landsat constellation, by making that using having modular sensor packages on board, that opens up the door to satellite servicing missions, and that helps grow a commercial economy. There's missions that commercial crew operators can do. So that helps with human exploration operations, and it also bolsters the Science Mission Directorate at the same time. It offers a sustainable network over long periods of time to ensure unfettered climate science monitoring, and also grows our low Earth orbit economy. Because if we're serious about climate change and we're going to build a huge climate science network like that, we should be serious about getting off of this planet and growing off this planet as a species, right? If we kill 2 birds with 1 stone there, figure out better ways to go into space so people can more people can live in space and less people can live on planet, then you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's literally idiot proof. Space isn't real. Yeah. Neither's your mom, bitch. Got him. When keeping it real goes wrong. It's real, but it's flat. I mean, that is correct. EJ, stop killing birds. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I want there to be so many observatories in space that they need to fight time on the ground station. So much data. Yep. Space is where they put all the birds. They replaced them with drones. I remember when you gave PA spot at Best Buy. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Imagine Dr. Z's face when everything gets picked. We need to fire on all cylinders, man. It's not even a judgment call. But Phil, like with Luvor and W First, put these things in orbits like Hubble, where you can incentivize commercial operations to go and maintain them. Dude, this is not rocket science. I mean, it is, but it's stupid. We're just freaking stalling, man. This is a waste of time. I mean, this is what NASA should have done in the 80s, man. They should have done this. They were working on reusable spaceflight. Now you understand how reusable spaceflight works with the space shuttle, right? Now incentivize a commercial economy. We should have done commercial crew a long time ago. The biggest hurdle to get over right now, believe it or not, is changing the mentality of big space. It's so incredibly hard to get support as a commercial company for thinking differently. Yeah, Rocket Guy, yeah, I know what you mean. Alright. So, Core, is there anything pressing right here that we need to put in that's fresh on our mind? I gotta still do the ramp and everything. Louvour A would go to Sun Earth L2. Louvour B, Atlas would go into a Hubble Space Telescope-like orbit and could work and be serviceable. Yeah, well, that first one, yeah, we're not gonna be maintaining that, or are we? How cool would that be? Never gonna do it? Alright. I'll be back in an hour, okay? Speaking of commercial, what is your status on contracts right now? Just on hold? Yeah, for the most part, Duber. I'm like SpaceX is pushing for orbital launch. I'm pushing to get the SSTO done. Chad extended the deadline an extra week, so I have basically until Saturday. We'll get this pad up and running. I'll have basically it functioning by tomorrow. And if it's functioning by tomorrow, that means we can go for a flight test sometime on Friday or Saturday. I have to do a bunch of other tests. Louvour A is the 15-meter Insane Scope. B is the baby 8-meter. Alright. Anyway, guys, I'm going to be back for the Rocket Lab launch. So, I'm going to go grab something to eat, take a little bit of a break. Seems good. Alright, we will finalize that launch pad for early hours tomorrow. So tomorrow's stream, actually Starbase comes out tomorrow. we should probably go check that out for early hours at least. Oh, frick, so much stuff. So we also have Nauka in the morning, Nauka docking. I ain't missing that. There's a Rocket Lab launch. Yeah, Loopy, it's in about an hour. I'm just gonna go eat lunch. What's Starbase? It is a massive multiplayer online ship space sci-fi building game. Think like Star Citizen, Reagan, but you can actually build your ships. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Kind of like an MMO version of Space Engineers, but a lot more detailed. Yeah, it's an RTF mission. So, I'll be back in an hour for the Rocket Lab mission, guys, and then after Rocket Lab gets, whatever happens there, I'm going to, I'm going to stop the stream after the launch, or scrub, or whatever they do, and I am going to take another break. I'm going to go sleep, and then I will be back for, Nauka in the morning. I want the Nauka dock to work. I want to see that. I want to see a Mack truck-sized module docked to the space station. It's going to be amazing. When is that thing scheduled to dock, just to be sure? Don't forget to sleep. You must be here because the last 2 times you didn't stream Electron. Okay. 8:40 a.m. Alright. That's when they're gonna go live. Got it. Translate. Привет, Big.
The science. Nauka.
Nauka. I've probably answered this a lot. Yeah. But do you think you will just go straight into KSP 2 when it launches and not play KSP 1 anymore? Not sure. Not sure. Maybe. I don't know. I can't answer that question. I'm definitely going to want to play KSP 2 a lot when it comes out. That's for sure. Alright. So, guys, I'm going to take about an hour break. I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you in a second. Soon. Muskrats, soon.